John.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the teleconference work session of Las Cruces City Council. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2020. It's approximately 1 p.m. If you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we've got Jennifer Martinez from our communications office is going to introduce the pet of the week.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I would like to introduce you today to our pet of the week, who is Benny. Benny is a 2-year-old neutered male. Let me see if I can bring up our presentation here today. There we go. Okay, Benny is a neutered male, 2 years old. He is a big ball of love. He is perfect for any active family, and it makes him great for long runs or any short hike.
You know what, Jennifer? I don't see Benny.
Oh, let's see. Let's try this again.
There you go.
There you go. Okay. He's too cute not to show off. So he is a big ball of love, perfect for active families, makes him great for long runs or short hikes. And he does love to cuddle. He's one of the longest residents at the Animal Service Center of the Mesilla Valley. So you want to make sure to take a look at him really closely and see if you want to bring him into your home and also into your heart. The hours of operation are as follows: noon to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, noon to 5 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. They are taking appointments by taking people actually in by appointment only. The number is 382-0018. You can make those reservations anywhere from 8 a.m. to noon prior to those opening hours of operation. Offsite adoption events are canceled until further notice. And again, there are limitations at the Animal Service Center, which are as follows. There are free adoptions. You can go to ascmb.org/adoptions. Animal control is only bringing in emergency cases to the shelter, that is sick or injured animals, and also accepting only sick or injured owner-surrendered animals. They're taking emergency health appointments from adopted or fostered animals only, and they have reduced on-hand staff. Now more than ever, you're asked to be a responsible pet owner. We see a lot of things online about picking up a COVID-19 pet. If you're going to be home a little bit longer and you want to bring a pet into your home, we ask one that is suited to your home and lifestyle. You keep only the type and number of pets for which you can provide appropriate food, water, shelter, healthcare, and companionship, and to remember to commit to the relationship for the life of your pets. Again, our communications office would like to take the time to bring you some answers that you may have about COVID-19 face coverings. In late February, the Surgeon General, Dr. Jerome Adams, said masks don't offer any benefit to the average citizen. Those were the facts at the time. The Department of Health now recommends New Mexicans wear cloth, non-medical masks when traveling outside the home for essential outings. The Centers for Disease Control say that they do offer additional voluntary public health measures. They say the use of simple cloth face coverings to slow the spread of the virus and help people who may have the virus and don't know it from transmitting it to others. You can get those tips at covid19loscruces.com or at our website los-cruces.org. On the top right hand, you can, top left hand rather, you can see the COVID-19 Alert Center, where we update all of our news releases related to COVID-19 and any new findings from the Department of Health. Thank you, Mayor.
Jennifer, before you go, can you clarify what you said about a COVID-19 pet? Obviously these pets don't have.
Oh,
can you
exactly.
just clarify?
Those who are looking to, I believe they're called pandemic pets. They're families who are home, spending a lot more time home right now, and they want to take a pet into their home. And these pets right now at our shelter are free. So if you want to take in one of these pets because you do have this free time now, you do want to remember that you do need to commit for the lifetime of the pet. So when you do go back to work or your kids go back to school, there is still going to be a pet in your household, and you do want to remember those tips.
Just want to clarify it so that people don't.
Good call. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it, Jennifer. Okay, so looks like the first item is going to be 1.1, which is the 2020 legislative session summary and updates. And I think Larry Horan is here, as well as Amy Johnson Bassford.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Larry Horan. And we're going to have a PowerPoint presentation. So Ms. Bassford is going to share her screen and she'll run the PowerPoint for you. As always, feel free to stop me if you have any questions during the presentation, or we'll take them at the end, however you prefer to proceed.
If we could take them at the end, that would be great.
That's perfect, Mayor. No problem. So the 2020 legislative session was a 30-day legislative session that began on January 21st and ended on February 20th. And for those who don't know, or as I always like to remind you, a 30-day session is limited in scope to what the legislature can consider to revenue matters, appropriations, and messages from the governor. This year, as far as legislation went, it was a relatively light session for policy matters, with 404 bills introduced in the House of Representatives and 323 bills introduced in the Senate. At the beginning of the session and during the session, it was a very good and optimistic year for the state of New Mexico. The legislature passed a budget of $7.6 billion, which was a record budget for the state of New Mexico. We had a projection of $800 million in new revenue for fiscal year 20. Some of the kind of the highlight areas that the legislature considered was they across the board raises for state employees, teachers, increases in education funding, including raises for state police officers and correctional officers above that of the regular state employees. The legislature considered and created an early childhood education trust fund by funding that fund with $320 million in one-time monies. They considered the legalization of cannabis. They passed an Extreme Risk Protection Act, that's sometimes known as a Red Flag Act for gun control. They considered and passed para reform and also changes to the Public Employee Bargaining Act, which were some of the big ticket items we dealt with. For capital outlay for the city of Las Cruces, if you'll recall last year, we adopted or kind of went back to a method of coming up with capital priorities with input from the council. So we had individual meetings with the councilors and city manager staff to come up with legislative priorities for us to present to the legislators to consider for capital funding. We had total requests of just over $31 million. This year, unlike last year, the legislators had about half of the amount of funding they had last year, just over $532 million. Of that $532 million, 361, or about $362 million came from severance tax bonds, and the remainder came from general fund general fund revenues of just under $143 million. That becomes important based upon what the governor did as we started to enter into the issues with COVID-19. So we'll get to that in just a minute. For total funding from the city requested projects list, we got over just under $5.5 million. And with community group requests for capital outlay, which is not unusual, the city of Las Cruces received a total of just over $10.5 million for our priority projects. Some of the highlights, and we have the list at the end, and then Amy and I can go through any specific questions you have. But the Doña Ana Trail Move project, we received $290,000 in funding. For Amador Hotel restoration, $225,000. The state park renovation and construction, we received $945,000. And what I will say, I'll comment on that one specifically because the advocacy groups for the skate park were active, and they not only worked and lobbied the city council, but they showed up in Santa Fe and they had discussions with our legislators trying to gain support for their project. So that was, and I was privileged to meet a few of those advocates who were there, and they were great advocates for the city of Las Cruces and for their project. And it was really kind of a cool process to be part of. And the soccer complex, we received $856,000 for capital funding for the improvements. And again, that the group, the advocates for that were very active and worked very hard to obtain legislative support for their funding, for their project. And then, as we've had on our capital request for the past several years, our ongoing septic system replacement, we received $500,000 in funding, and that's a project we've been working on for years, and we continue to have a lot of work to do. So I would imagine it may be on our list again next year. And so there was also a capital outlay reauthorization for cinematic infrastructure to extend the deadline to 2022 to spend those funds. So right at the end of a legislative session, the governor has 20 days to act on legislation, and she can either sign, veto, or if she does nothing at the end of the 20 days, legislation is considered to be pocket vetoed. And so the reason I bring up how much of our capital projects were general fund revenues is right at about the 18th day of funding is when we started to see problems starting to emerge with the state budget and also with what was happening with COVID-19. So the governor vetoed $109 million out of capital outlay projects that came from primarily general fund revenues. And that was done in an effort for her to find general fund revenue that the state will be able to use to plug the budget hole that has developed because of COVID-19. And then also, and Amy, we can go to the next slide for this, the plunging of oil prices. So the state of New Mexico, about 40% of our budget comes from oil and gas revenues. Right now, it's primarily oil revenues in the Permian Basin in the southern part of the state. And Amy, and you can go to the next one as well, please. Thank you. And for every dollar a price of oil goes down per barrel, we lose about $22 million in revenue at the state. So the FY21 budget was based upon $50 per barrel of oil. Because of COVID-19, we have continued excess oil in the market, and also the price war between Russia and Saudi Arabia. Oil prices literally plummeted. They approached almost $20 a barrel, which was record lows for the world, and also for New Mexico. At least it was a 20-year low. So it created a lot of anxiety, and we created a big budget hole. Just recently, over the weekend, the Saudis and Russians and other producers came to an agreement on production of oil, so that will help keep oil out of the market, and it will keep the prices up. The problem is, because of COVID-19, no one's using any oil, as you probably see, since we're all at home, and so we have low oil prices and a glut of oil on the market. So that creates a real issue for the state budget. And you can go and move to the next slide, Amy. And then, so the governor, at the same time as this oil crisis started, as I know you're aware, and I had a chance to watch your meeting on Friday, that the city is dealing with the COVID-19 stay-at-home order. She issued the stay-at-home order and the closing of essential businesses, and that continues, as you well know, that continues to be tweaked, and essential businesses, the list actually is getting a little bit smaller. So that has a direct impact on state revenues, and as I'm sure you're painfully aware, has a big impact on gross receipts tax revenues that the city will see because of the lack of economic activity in the coming months. And so a lot of the discussion, and which makes this presentation different than what we usually get as a post session, is a lot of the concern is what's going to happen, what's the legislature going to do, and when are we going to have a special session. There's a lot of issues on the table that the legislature will have to deal with. First of all, how do we create an economic stimulus package for the state of New Mexico to help combat COVID-19? We have a potential budget shortfall in fiscal year 21, which begins on July 1st. In our current fiscal year, we had about 1.7 billion in reserves, and so there's not a lot of concern about the current fiscal year for state operations. but we need to look into FY21 and then also into FY22. It's a pretty grim picture for the state budget. And of immediate importance is, how is the state of New Mexico going to implement its June primary? With the stay-at-home order, you have the issue of in-person voting and having large groups of people to show up at polling places. And additionally, a significant majority of election workers are over the age of 65, so they fall in a high-risk group. So a group of county clerks filed an emergency petition with the Supreme Court to ask the Supreme Court to consider allowing mail-in ballots or making this a mail-in election. That petition was opposed by another group of county clerks and also the Republican Party of the state in New Mexico, asking that they just utilize absentee ballots for the election. And so there's a hearing tomorrow at the Supreme Court where they're expected to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to make the decision about how the election will be handled, or are they going to punt the issue to the legislature and ask the legislature to convene and consider how to handle an in-person election. And so there's a lot of, logistically, as you all have been dealing with, similarly, the legislature has to decide, can they meet using Zoom or technology, or do they actually have to be in person? And at least in the Senate, the rule is that they have to be in person. And so again, you run into the problem of how are we going to deal with convening a legislature for a special session to deal with these issues. So we'll know more on that at least later this week, because that's the most pressing issue. I had conversations in preparation to make this presentation to you. Spoke with Senator John Arthur Smith, chairman of the Finance Committee, and then also Senator Mary Kay Papin, the president pro tem. They're anticipating that they will have to have a special session to deal with the budget issues in late June, possibly early July. So it's not too pressing, and so they can kind of wait to see if if matters have changed. But that could change depending on what happens with the decision on on the election coming up. And the real concern for the state budget is in fiscal year 22. So we can go to the next slide, Amy. And the reason for that is because between vetoes for capital outlay funding and the other thing that the governor did is they had what they call it a junior budget bill, meaning they had excess revenues. And so they passed a budget where they allowed legislators to identify local road projects that they could fund. And that was just over $50 million. So the governor vetoed just about $110 million from capital outlay, and she vetoed that local road funding bill. And so we lost some of our appropriations in that bill for the city of Las Cruces. But what she did was she gained about $160 million they can use from general fund to fund state government. And additionally, following the last economic downturn, they created what was called a tax stabilization reserve fund, or the rainy day fund. And that currently has funding of just at $1.3 billion. And then reserves for this fiscal year, as we talked about, were $1.7 billion. And then they also built in about a 25% reserve into the FY21 budget. So for the near future, the state of New Mexico, doesn't look like we're going to have a lot of cuts or reductions in operations. But in fiscal year 22, with the oil problem and then also with the fallout from the COVID-19, and we don't really know what's going to happen to the economy, that's when we're really going to have some lean budget years. And so the other thing that the state will consider is economic stimulus. What can they do to help businesses and communities to deal with the fallout from the COVID-19? Two real problems, practical problems, is the state has its own budget issue. So they're going to be short of funds to fund basics of state government. And constitutionally, the state is also prohibited from deficit spending. So they have to balance their budget every year. So they have to have funding for basic services, and they can't deficit spend. So we have a much more finite pot of money of what we can provide to business entities. And then also, and I know you all have been dealing with this, the anti-donation clause prohibits the state or governmental entities to make grants to private entities. So that's why you see, like, the State Investment Council passed a loan program of $100 million, but they're having to issue those as loans that are repayable with interest rates because they're prohibited from just granting, granting money to private entities. And capital outlays. So what we always worry about, at least what we saw in the last bad economic downturn, is the state legislature swept back funding for capital projects. Typically what they will do is they will go to the oldest unspent pot of money that they have. They'll sweep those monies back, and they'll work their way forward to more current year projects. At least at this point, there is no talk that the legislature will consider taking back capital funding for projects we've received. One of the things that the legislature would like to do is to inject money back in the economy by funding our capital projects, so you have construction and you have working. And so you have that desire by the legislature, and also as we talked about, we're not looking until FY22 where we really see a problem. But what staff and I have discussed, and what we would recommend, is that we're very diligent in spending money for the projects we've received funding for, and encumbering that money as you move forward, so that we don't run the risk of losing it as budget issues get worse. They could be looking at what they're going to do with the salary increases they passed in this last budget year for state employees, for teachers. Because one of the issues that they will see when they come back for a special session is you have record unemployment. You have a lot of people who have been laid off from their jobs, and are they going to be served or giving state employees salary increases while a lot of people are just worried about having jobs at all? There will be reduction in budgets in the state budget overall, as depending on how long this goes on. Sweeps become a problem, because then they go and they find money that's sitting around, and they sweep it from different sources. And also, that's where we as a local government have to be very careful that we are working to protect your revenue streams, your gross receipts tax, so the state's not trying to take an increased portion of taxes to fund their operations. So now I'll quickly, we're getting into more policy issues that the city council took an active position or stance on, and I'll go through these. I'll go through them kind of quickly, but if you want me to go back or ask any questions on them, I'm happy to do that. But in the interest of time, because I know you have a big budget presentation, I'll just go through these quickly. They did pass, as I said, the Extreme Risk Protection Act, allowing a law enforcement officer to file a petition with the court to seize the firearms of someone who poses a significant danger to themselves or others. And there's a hearing process put in place, and that order can be effective for up to a year. And then we have legalization of cannabis, which I know you passed a resolution on. That legislation did not move during the session. There was lots of discussion on it. That will be back. And again, as things change, especially as the economy changes, the consideration of legalization of cannabis, it can generate a lot of revenue for the state. So that will also be, I'm sure that will be considered in this next 60-day legislative session. There was a significant change to the Public Employee Bargaining Act, and that has to do with the public employee unions and how they negotiate with local labor boards when they have issues, and also have to negotiate with local governments. This bill went through significant changes. We worked on it along with the Municipal League and the Association of Counties to pass a piece of legislation that would be fair to the collective bargaining units, and then also to the local governments. PERA reform, which we've been talking about for several years, the governor's PERA reform legislation did pass. That includes an increase in employer and employee contributions. The state of New Mexico will pay their contribution increases starting in FY21, which begins July 1st. Local governments don't have to begin that increase until FY23, but that's going to be phased in over 4 years for a total of a 2% increase by both employers and employees. And they made changes to the cost of living increases for retirees, and also when you receive your COLA. And additionally, the legislature put $76 million in cash into the fund. And I think that's on the next slide, Amy. A cash infusion to help pay for short-term cost of living increases. Anytime I see numbers like that that was included in the budget, when the legislature comes back in special session, they could look at those types of pots of money to try and take them back or wait to infuse that kind of cash so they can use some one-time cash money to help fund their budget issues. The next piece was had to do with an appropriation to deal with the Lower Rio Grande Depletion Management Pilot Program. I worked with Dr. Garcia and other stakeholders. This was discussed before the session about recommending money for the pilot project for the Lower Rio Grande depletion. There's an initial recommendation of $30 million. Ultimately, the pilot project received $17 million in funding in this year's budget. Again, that's one of those things. I don't have anything to indicate that funding itself could be at risk, but if the legislature is going to go back and consider possible changes to the state budget, that $17 million is one of those one-time funding issues that we'll have to work to protect in a special legislative session. The elimination of income tax on Social Security, multiple pieces of legislation were introduced. Ultimately, none of them moved or were passed, but there was significant discussion. So this is one of those issues that the city council, you all took a position in support of, and that will be back in coming legislative sessions. Although again, now anytime you're talking about reducing tax or reducing income the state gets from tax sources in a time like this, it's going to be much more difficult for them to pass any legislation like that. And then there was some discussion about legislation endorsed by Coalition of Sustainable Communities. So I just went through community solar, did not pass this session. Electric vehicle income tax credit, that fell victim to the filibuster politics on the last day of the session, so that failed to pass. Community efficient development block grants did not pass, but solar market development income tax credits passed and was signed into law. And then also energy grid modernization roadmap was another issue that was endorsed by the Coalition of Sustainable Communities and passed and was signed into law. So I know that's a lot of information, but now I'm happy to stand for questions and talk about any of that or any issues you'd like to talk about, potential special session. Additionally, I've been in close contact with the Municipal League just as things get moved towards a special session, and also to help provide some information to staff and anything that comes up on any of the federal legislation that's pending coming in to help local communities deal with what's going on with COVID-19. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Larry. Councillor Abeyta-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Haran. I appreciate all the work that you've done for Las Cruces during this time. As you may know, in my background, this was the first time that I attended the session as an elected official, so it was interesting to see that side of things. I have a few questions regarding the process of our role as elected officials, but I'm going to back up real fast and ask, during the vetoes, what were the projects that were vetoed for us? I heard there was some discussion, some of the skate park. Was any of that money in jeopardy from the veto?
Mayor and Councilor Stuvey, no, that funding was that funding remained intact.
Okay, fully. And do we anticipate that there might be any issues with us actually obtaining all that money now that we have that we have COVID-19 to think about?
Mayor and Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey, no, I don't think so, because that's all severance tax bond funding. So that cannot, with a proviso, it cannot be used to fund operations, and so it's very difficult for the legislature to convert that into operational money. And that's what I asked that question specifically of Senator Smith and Senator Papin. At this point, there's no talk of any problems with severance tax funding.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm gonna let some of my colleagues speak, and then I'm gonna come back with some of my other questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Before I get to another council member, it looks like David Dollahan wants to speak. And David, thanks for sticking around. I know it kind of scared me when I read the paper on Sunday that you had left, but I'm glad you were able to clarify that, and I'm glad that you're a very valuable member of our organization. So I just want to let you know that, David.
All right,
So go
thanks,
ahead, you
Mayor.
got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Beta-Stube, I wanted to clarify one thing related to the skate park. There was roadway funding adjacent to the skate park that was general fund funded in the roadway bill, and that was vetoed by the governor. So we got most of it for the skate park, but we didn't get the money for the adjacent roadway.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. And I believe Councilor Vasquez and then Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Larry, and thank you, David, as well for that clarification. I do want to just thank Representative Lara Cadena for including some additional funding for the skate park as part of the roadway fund that unfortunately was vetoed, but no, she wanted to chip in and perhaps pay for a parking lot or landscaping or lighting adjacent to the skate park project. So unfortunately that was vetoed, but for a good reason, considering the economic situation we find ourselves in now. I thought that was a prudent decision by the governor to veto that while she still had time in the midst of what we see now as a pretty big economic recession that's coming up for us. On that topic, Larry, we talk about the boom and bust cycle of oil and gas quite frequently, and I think in the last 2 years we've had some pretty good revenue from the windfall of rising oil and gas prices, rising production. But to me, this year, with the market crashing, just tells me how much we really need to be thinking and focusing on diversifying our state economy in the years to come. And so I'm wondering, given how low oil and gas prices are, given how much artificial kind of market manipulation is going on right now overseas to stabilize this particular revenue source, and mostly, to be honest, for the benefit of oil and gas company CEOs, not so much for state governments. What role or what are the conversations that you see happening in the next year or 2 years, or even in this emergency legislative session, as it pertains to both diversifying our economy, but what is the state realistically thinking about in terms of the oil and gas industry, decisions that they might have to make? Are they thinking about some type of stimulus? Are they thinking about some type of bailout for local oil and gas production companies? Or what's the conversation do you think it's going to be like in Santa Fe coming up on this?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. A lot of the legislators who are there for this session have not gone through one of these economic downturns, particularly in the House. There's been a lot of new members and a lot of turnover. So they came in when things were pretty rosy, but it's been the recent past. We just came out of a 10-year downturn that included an oil decline that created a big problem for the state budget. So under Governor Martinez, we had cutting and we had sweeping of projects. We had a lot of revenues taken back. And so a lot of the legislators who have been there, and the governor who was in Congress and also was part of state government during those times. So there's some institutional memory about what happens with oil and how you have these downturns, because every time we have record revenues, if you've been around, you'll just know that within 5 or 10 years, you're going to have another downswing. And so already a lot of the discussion in the legislature, particularly when you're talking about education reform, the early childhood trust fund, the discussion, the creation of that has been going on, trying to find new ways to attract new industries to our state, the cannabis legislation and discussion on revenues. Those areas they've been talking about because there's a recognition that we have an increase. In fact, our dependence on oil is increasing. Last economic downturn, it was about 30 to 35% of the state budget. Now it's 40%. So I'm sure that those discussions are going to continue. The discussions I've had with legislators at this point, they don't necessarily have a package yet of economic stimulus that they want to pass for New Mexicans. But it's the focus right now, at least, is on those businesses that have been closed, those small businesses not necessarily oil and oil production businesses are kind of used to this swing because this happens to them on an ongoing basis as production or prices go down, they kind of shudder and they go through these swings. But mom and pop retail, restaurants, small businesses throughout the state are not used to that kind of a swing. And so I think a lot of what they're focusing on is how they're going to help those small businesses. And the difference this time in the money that was spent in the Permian Basin is the primary investment was from big oil. So it was from Chevron and Exxon and their investments. So they'll do what they can to help support the industry that helps support the state so much. But a lot of their stimulus talk, I think, will be more on small business and how they're going to come up with a package to help those kind of entities.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. And I'm happy to hear that's what our, at least maybe initial conversations between the administration and state legislators, that's the focus, right? Our mom and pop small businesses, our local economies. At the federal level, I know there was a letter being floated around from a few U.S. senators, at least 24 or so, that had requested that the administration suspend royalty rates for oil and gas companies during the economic downturn, which in turn would not produce any revenue for the state of New Mexico if that were to happen. This was done again in an effort to kind of save the skin of billion-dollar oil companies, but would have robbed states like New Mexico and Wyoming, or it still has the potential to do so, honestly, because I don't know what the outcome of that letter was, of valuable revenue while we do have this income source. And so I know that's been a priority, at least for some federal elected officials, and so I'm just happy to hear that our state's not thinking the same thing. Obviously, it would be against our own interest to do that, but I think that brings up the discussion again of things like the legalization of cannabis, things like the outdoor recreation economy, investing in some of those different industries that are going to be more sustainable in the long term, that are not going to have this boom and bust cycle. We talk about businesses not being able to operate when they don't have the ability to plan 2 years in the future or 3 years in the future. And so I've always thought it was so irresponsible for the state or even local governments, right, to put themselves in that same problem where we don't know what the oil and gas markets are going to do 2 or 3 years from now. And so, in this particular case, legislators spent a lot of time vetting those really important road projects that now we can't do. And so, the taxpayers pay for that, communities pay for that. And so that continues to be something that any way that we could have a leadership position to help diversify our state's economy through things that we're doing locally is an important way to kind of show that it can be done, in particular with outdoor recreation, I think, as an economic tool, but also the legalization of cannabis. So thank you, Larry, for your work on that up in Santa Fe. I also want to thank you, Larry, for fighting for our priority CIP projects. I heard from a lot of legislators that you were in and out of different legislative offices, really pushing hard for our projects and things that really matter to the city council that we voted on, including the skate park. And so I want to thank you for your service on that. I do also want to just ask quickly, the anti-donation clause has really prevented the city from responding in a meaningful way that I would argue, legally is not meant to benefit a private entity, but it's really meant to improve the quality of life of people and businesses during this unprecedented crisis. And so I know we need a constitutional amendment that would have to be via legislative effort that would then have to be approved by ballot by the voters. But could you explain that process a little bit more, but also maybe gauge what you think the appetite is in the state legislature to at least be able to suspend the anti-donation clause during an emergency declaration?
Sure, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. So procedurally what has to happen is they have to introduce a joint resolution. And so joint resolutions go through the legislative process just like a piece of legislation, with the exception of the governor does not sign or veto a joint resolution. If it's passed, then it becomes a ballot initiative that has to be approved by the voters. And so it's a long process. And so even if they did something in the special session, they wouldn't be able to suspend it or do anything until you had that election, and it has to be in a general election, and so it would be a November cycle. So you would have time. It's probably not a tool that's going to be available immediately to help with the COVID-19. If this goes on,
Sure.
then they could use it. And I think if they were going to consider something like that, it would have to be a limited exception to allow for, right now you can have economic development, you can use it for housing, some housing issues, you can use it through LEDA. So it would have to be pretty narrow, and I think that would be good because you want to make sure you protect the revenues of everything going forward. But in a time like this, everything I imagine will be on the table. And so I don't think there's anything that you would, the normal analysis of whether something is good policy or bad, or whether or not they would do it. When you're dealing with these kind of economic times, I think they'll consider anything. Now, whether or not they ultimately get there, we don't know. But I think that definitely could be a conversation that's on the table.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. And I'm wondering, if my feeling is that absolutely that we should be able to waive this particular part of our state constitution in an emergency situation, right? When the state and concurring local government declares a state emergency, that certain limited uses or certain limited allowances within that anti-donation clause to preserve people's welfare and property should be an allowable use. And so I don't know if that's something that the council might want to take up in the form of a resolution of support as the special session comes up for consideration of our state legislature, right? For them to at least start talking about this, or even introduce this joint resolution during the special session, knowing that this is not going to be the only emergency that we're going to have. So something that I've been thinking about quite a bit, in terms of what works in government, what works in systems, and what doesn't. What do we need to fix? And so some of our more longstanding legislators, I think you mentioned Senator Papin and Senator Arthur Smith, I think should know where local governments, especially the second largest city in the state, stand on something like this, because as we've seen, it's kind of handicapped our ability to really impact our community in a meaningful way when we need it the most. And so something I'd like to keep thinking about to see if it's the right action or the right thing to do, if the rest of the council would agree. My last question before passing it on here, Larry, is regarding the special session that the governor has called for. Do you have any more information on a timeline related to that? And also, you mentioned preserving the loss of GRT for local government use, right, versus what the state might need to do to shore up its own operations. I guess those are two questions. One is what will be discussed, or what's the timeline at the special session? And then could you just talk a little bit more about what you meant about protecting local GRT sources versus filling the coffers of the state after this loss of GRT?
Sure, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. So procedurally, there's two ways the legislature can convene in a session that's not regularly scheduled. One is a special session, and that is done with a proclamation issued by the governor. And so the governor, kind of similar to what the power she has in a 30-day legislative session, decides what they can consider. So she'll issue a proclamation which can include limitations on what they're going to discuss. So for instance, if she issued a proclamation just to deal with the budget, then they would not be able to deal with something like the election issue. But if she issued a proclamation says we'll deal with budget, economic stimulus, and tax related legislation, and also election issues, then that defines the scope. What they're thinking of is to do it in late June or early July, because that gives time, or to fit within the timeline of what the CDC and others are recommending about how long we think the stay-at-home order is going to be issued. And then it also gives them enough time that they can deal with those budget issues, with the exception being if tomorrow the Supreme Court says, legislature, you have to come in and deal with the election issue, then it would have to be called sooner. So there also could be a possibility, and there's nothing official on this, but just having talked to some folks, there's a possibility they could have to have two special sessions. For instance, they could have a limited special session to create a stimulus package and an election deal with an election bill, and then they could come back and do a second one for the budget. And procedurally, and this is, I apologize if I'm too far into the weeds for you, but the other issue is they may have to have a special session so they can deal with rule changes, so they could do a remote special session. So there's a lot of factors, but the big issue will be the budget and their timeline. They're thinking probably late June or July. So we're looking at a couple months still for them to prepare for that. As far as GRT revenues, the one thing that still gives me nightmares and cold sweats is whenever we deal with hold harmless, because the easiest and the lowest hanging fruit for the legislature to deal with is to stop making hold harmless payments to local governments. We're in the phase out period. It's a 15-year phase out. I believe it started in 2015. So we still have significant revenues that would be at risk if they decided to sweep those back, especially when we're dealing with a time where we're so dependent on GRT and we're not going to get GRT. We're going to have a big down bump because of what's happening right now. And the other place I always worry is also the distribution to out of the state portion. So you have the state portion and you have a locally enacted. We get a 1.225% gross receipts tax payment from the portion that the state gets, and then we put all our local increments on top of that. So those are a couple places it's really easy for the legislature to enact legislation where it could impact us. The other thing that I would worry about is currently we are in the place where we're getting revenue for internet sales, but they're not actually collecting and giving us a portion of GRT. And so what they did is when they passed the big tax bill last session, they said, we're going to give you a share and you'll distribute it based on population. It would be real easy for them to do something like change the date of when we'll actually get that revenue, and they could keep the revenue and not give it to local governments. So those are just a few areas where we would have to be cautious and cognizant of them trying to take away our local gross receipts tax revenue. So it's important we work closely with the Municipal League and also the Association of Counties on those kind of issues, and also like your discussion of anti-donation. That's something where it's good to have the league that represents all the cities along with the large cities to work together to try and come up with a solution. So that's something we work closely with them on.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate all those points. And sounds like maybe we do have a role to play in terms of a set of recommendations that us as a local governing body can make to the state in their upcoming conversations, both as part of an effort of the wider Municipal League, but I think also just as importantly, as an independent local government, right, of some things that we might want to see and might not want to see, both in the stimulus package, but also in these potential clawbacks or things that the state might want to do to, like you said, to diversify or to split up the way that GRT is doled out. I think those are some important things for us to act on and comment on when it's appropriate. So your guidance and us being able to participate in that process, I think, is really useful. And one other quick thing is I do want to give a shout out to the mayor for, I know he talks about the property we bought from the city of Albuquerque a lot for the potential that it has for commercial development and the lease opportunities. And so those are some of the really smart moves I'm proud of the city for making, for coming up with those, local GRT opportunities that will help us weather the storm in the long term. So thank you, Mayor, for that. I've been thinking about that as well. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Councilor. We have Councilor Sorg and then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Larry, it's good to see you again, even though you're a little tiny square on my screen.
Thanks, guys. I wish I was there with you like I normally would be this time of year.
Yeah, I wish you were too. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, or at least a question and a remark. But before I do that, I want to ask staff, I'm missing some information concerning the skate park. Can you fill me in as to where the skate park is going to be built? Has that been decided? Staff? Mr. Myastis? Mr. Dallahan?
Mayor?
Yes, Amy?
Mayor, this is Mayor Council. This is Amy Johnson Bassford, Grants Administrator. The amount of funding that we received was 856. Larry, correct me if I'm wrong. That is going towards the existing skate park in its rehabilitation.
Okay. Okay.
There is $100,000 that is going to go towards the new skate park, which can include the purchase of property. But I believe that the intent is to do a study first of the most appropriate place for that park based on the needs of the community, and then to possibly purchase property if we don't own it already.
Oh, good.
Initial
Good.
extension that I've received from Parks, and that we're putting forward to the Board of Finance for the bond sale.
Yeah, that explains it very clearly to me. I understand now. Yeah, for Larry, I would like to know if you've heard anything from the governor's office about how the state may distribute the funding from the federal government on the CARES Act that the state is going to get as a direct payment. Have you?
Mayor and Councilor Sorg, I have not yet. Some of the information I received on the CARES package, and there's also potentially another piece of legislation that they're considering that is going to, and I forwarded some information to staff this morning on this legislation that will actually be for revenue replacement, not just for COVID costs. And what they were talking about, it was depending on size, whether it would directly go to the cities or it would be funded like the CDBG block grants. And so it's still up in the air.
Okay.
And still developing, but we're keeping a watch on it. And also, if a new package passes, that may be more beneficial because, and Ms. Johnson-Basford, or David, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the big issues was the initial package was only for local governments with a population over 500,000. So
That's
that was
correct.
problematic for us. And so have had some discussions with the municipal league.
Larry, I was told by Senator Udall's office that the funding going directly to the state, and in the case of New Mexico getting the minimum amount out of the total package of 1.2 something billion dollars with a B, that would be distributed to the local governments, some of it, or at the discretion of the state, of course. So you haven't heard anything about that then?
No, I don't know how they're going to distribute that, but I'll follow up.
Okay.
And I'll let you know if I get updated information.
Looks like David.
Let me finish here. I wanted to tell you that I've got experience in the boom and bust of the oil market. My experience goes all the way back to the early 70s. And my experience tells me that the times where the prices are low, for whatever reason, seems to be much longer than the boom times. And that's the way it usually goes. And so, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like David Dollahan had a comment.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, quickly, not knowing for certain how the state's going to handle their allocation, there's a certain percentage I think that I saw going to large cities such as Albuquerque. There may be a formula similar to CDBG at the state level. The state does get CDBG, but we're not eligible for that because we're our own entitlement community. So I'll ask Larry to make sure that we're watching that. Cities like Las Cruces, Santa Fe, Farmington, and Rio Rancho all get CDBG entitlement, but we're not eligible for state entitlement. So if the state's going down that path, we should keep an eye on that.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Horan. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you, but look forward to working with you for the 60-day session. Thank you for all you do, as my colleagues have said. I keep feeling, it's so interesting, I keep feeling more and more frustrated about the lack of political will to diversify our revenue streams as a state. We very much rely significantly and too much on extractive industries that ultimately end up hurting us. And then in the middle of a pandemic is sort of the perfect storm. So I certainly do hope that the state keeps pushing for
and that certain folks keep pushing for a cannabis bill, for solar and wind transitions, for those kinds of industries. I hope to see that happen at the next session. I'm curious about, so I had it in my notes to also request from this council that we come up with some collective asks for the special session or sessions. According to what Mr. Horan said, there's different possibilities, and tomorrow we'll know more, right? Or Wednesday morning we'll know more about what that will look like. But if there's going to be a special session, much like the city council and the city have for regular legislative sessions, or we have a list of priorities that we advocate for in terms of capital outlay or whatever, that we do something similar for a special session, that we have a set of collective asks that we as a city would like to see move forward, like an anti-donation portion in the event of an emergency, whether it's a pandemic or natural emergency, and where a city, local municipality needs to act swiftly to protect their own citizens. I would love to see that. But additionally, I think there's a couple other things that we have been feeling frustrated around and our hands tied with the pandemic, like, for example, relief on rent and even mortgage. How does the state legislature move towards relief for both folks who are paying a mortgage or rent and can no longer do so because loss of wages or hours due to the coronavirus? So if they're in the event of a special session or more than one, is that possible? Can we do that? What would that process look like for us to come up with that collective asks? And that question is for you, Mr. Horan, or the staff, whoever can help me answer that.
I'll take a crack at it, and then staff can correct me if I overstep, or we'll work on it together. Mayor and Councilor, and I do look forward to getting to meet you in person. Unfortunately, this would normally be the time, and so I'm glad to meet you this way as well. But you make a very good point, which is it would be prudent for the city, and it would not be inappropriate for the city council to come up with a slate of ideas that you'd like the legislature to consider during a special session. It would be limited in depending on what the subject matter is, depending on what the special session is going to be. But is there going to be budget issues? If you included general language on how to protect local GRT revenues, to provide stimulus funding that local governments can utilize to help their businesses, there's ways that we could craft it probably, and it would probably come in the form of a resolution passed and enacted by the council that we could share with our legislators, because as the second largest city in the state, and also with the cast of legislators we have the privilege of having a lot of members that are in leadership that come from the southern part of the state. And so I think it would be appropriate. It's a good idea, and it's something that we could work on, and we could help craft a general package of. You may have some specific ideas that you want, but from my perspective, what sometimes is the best is general direction from the council. Things like protect local gross receipts tax revenue, because as we talked about, there's lots of ways that we could have an issue that could impact our revenue streams, and if we're too specific, then we limit. We inadvertently tie our hands. And so I think if you came up with a slate of 5 or 6 things that you wanted to include, and then we could share it. We'd share it with the municipal league, we'd share it with leadership in the governor's office. Then that would, I think that's a prudent action to take.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hearn. I would really like to see that happen, Mr. Mayor or Mr. Maestas. I think that would be really important moving forward. And like I said, we'll know timeline for special sessions possibly as soon as tomorrow, given what the Supreme Court has to say. And then, depending on what they have to say, I think the city will also have to consider taking action on how we will educate our voters around what the primary will look like in June. And we will have to take, again, depending on what they say, we will have to play a big role in how we roll out the primary and ensuring that both people can participate, but two, if whatever reason there's an in-person election, certainly hope not, how we will protect people. And then my other question is definitely for staff. I'm curious, given what Mr. Horan said. So in my private life, in my work, I go to the legislative session similarly to lobby with a group of people. And so going as a counselor was really different for me. I'm not gonna say if I liked it or not. But I will say that given what you just said with the skate park, the skater community, and how involved they were, and how crucial they were in getting some of that funding for the very thing they were advocating for. That's how I understand things to work. When people show up and advocate for something, legislators listen. And so I'm curious about how more. I want the city to do that more. Like, how can we take directly impacted folks on any given priority that the city has to the state legislature to help us lobby on these things, and not just the counselors, but taking people who are directly impacted by whatever issue we're talking about and taking folks up there with us. Is that possible? Does anti-donation fall in here as well or not? I would really love us to consider doing something like that next session.
David, you wanted to answer that? I was going to jump in and say something, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Mayor. I'll defer to you, and then I can add if there's anything afterwards.
Okay. So Councilor Bencomo, so if the city was to actually charter something to take these residents there, it would be putting us in a huge liability standpoint. Not only from, if they were to get injured or anything of this nature. Now, for them to meet us there or meet you there, it's another story. But for them to go up in a whole caravan, that's really putting the city at a risk, and risk management would probably have a heart attack if we were to try to do that. That's all I was going to tell you about that.
That makes a lot of sense. So maybe my ask would be, and I certainly can do this as a counselor, right? But to have more coordinated efforts with people in our community to be able to go up there as a joint Las Cruces force.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's not a problem in them meeting you there, but anytime the city gets behind transporting, over there, it really puts us at a huge risk.
Yeah,
David,
that makes sense.
were you wanted to add anything?
Yes, sir, Mayor, if I could. I think both of you were very on point with your comments with respect to one, the city can't sponsor them up there. However, you can advocate that they do go up there. The soccer community was also another group that went up there on their own that helped with that. The other thing that we can do, depending on the specific projects, is we have city staff up there as well. And city staff will advocate on behalf of the constituents who have been asking for items, or they will advocate on behalf of the infrastructure for their departments that they might be asking for legislative appropriations for. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I'm looking forward to next year as a first-time counselor going up to the legislature. My first time is definitely overwhelming. I think I'm excited for it to be to feel like I have a different role. More intentional meetings with legislators, perhaps even the governor's office, versus the more ceremonial things, which are great, but I'd rather show up as a strong leader and advocate for our city next time. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Abeyta-Suvi, did you have a question, or did you forget to take the hand off?
More commentary, sir.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Some of my comments are going to echo what Councilor Bencomo has said. I hope that next year that I think we want to build up the city's power and capacity. As you said, Mr. Horan, we are the second largest city here in New Mexico, but I don't always think that's reflected quite as well in Santa Fe. And I want to make sure that we as counselors are being very strategic on how we present ourselves and what we do while we're up there, so that we can add to that value of our city. I myself was did not feel as useful as I usually am when I'm up in Santa Fe, given the role that I'm in now and just the events that we attended. Next year, I really would like to have targeted meetings scheduled even before we get up there so people know that we're coming, with leadership, making sure that we are even working on the interim, and finding out what those messages from the governor might be, if any of our projects could be able to be tied in to that, and then making sure to target out those messages to that leadership. And, you know, when it has Las Cruces days, that we are really out there in full attendance. I very much appreciate being able to go to Santa Fe and participate with our local businesses. However, we weren't able to have quite the meetings that I thought are necessary for us to use our power and capacity to its full potential. And I have a lot of ideas that I hope that we can chat about later on how to work in a more strategic manner while us counselors are up there. So.
Thank you, Councilor Sword.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What Councilor Abedi-Subi and Councilor Bencomo is talking about, we've done that similarly in the past, and I agree with them. We need to get back to doing that. Have our special day where we bring lunch up to the legislatures, and we have special meetings with legislators at that time too. And also the meetings before the legislation starts to invite for breakfast or some kind of an arrangement to have them come where we can talk to them as a group. I agree with that. I think we should get back doing that. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Horan. Good to see you. I'm used to seeing you in person, so this is a little different. But I appreciate the work and the advocacy that you did while up there. One of the things that you and I spoke of was specific to the mental health hospital and not getting some of the traction, obviously, that I felt we needed to get as a I'm especially concerned now given that just sort of the lasting effects that COVID will have on mental illness and people inability to address their mental health during this time. And so I'd like us to really be mindful and to continue the conversations about a Southern mental health facility and like to start now. I think this is probably going to be more dire now than it ever has been. And so I'd really like to remind staff and you all as counselors and my colleagues in terms of how we strategically address that as we move forward. I don't know if you have any questions at this point, but I do know that there are other representatives and senators that are very interested in the southern part of the state and working together to ensure that we get this accomplished. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Well, I wondered if Larry had suggestions. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, Mayor Pro Tem, do you mind if let Councilor Flores go, and then I'll probably say something, and I'm going to turn to Larry to see see how his thoughts compare to what I'm thinking. Okay. If you don't mind, please. Okay, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Larry, so much for all your work. I appreciate everything you've done. I totally agree with everything Councilors Abedi-Subi and Councilor Bencomo stated about our actual function when we go to Santa Fe. And I agree with, although I wasn't here during the times that we met with the legislature up north, I agree with what, well, it's true, I agree with what Gil Sword said, Councilor Sword, about having a different approach as the legislature's in session. So My question to you, Mr. Haran, is I tried to work on a rent control issue here for the city of Las Cruces, but we don't, the state, the Constitution forbids that. There is no rent control. There's only rent control under very specific, there's 3 sections to that statute, and the last one is there's an exemption to that rent control, or an exception, and I'm not sure we qualify. Our city attorney says we don't. So all that being said, since it's a constitutional issue, as is the issue about the anti-donation clause, would we need 2 resolutions from the city, or, excuse me, would it be possible to present that? I mean, we do a resolution if everyone agreed to it. But I think the resolution would be a little bit, it would be more, would be not as narrow as defining maybe 2 constitutional statutes that need changing, such as the anti-donation clause and the rent control statute. But would it be possible to present something like that to the legislature during the joint session, the special session, to get that joint resolution, or would they be different resolutions, and when would we go about pursuing those joint resolutions and putting them on the ballot?
Mayor and Councilor, so from the perspective of the city, you could do, if you have a resolution, you could either separate them into specific resolutions for your rent control and also for anti-donation. And it would really be up to you whether you wanted to try and present it during the special session or the 60-day session. Although what I will say, special sessions are a unique animal, and depending on how they do it, a lot of what they're going to do, they've kind of agreed to beforehand. So if we could explore the possibility whether or not they would want to consider resolutions for constitutional changes during a special session. More likely, the legislature would rather consider those during the 60-day upcoming legislative session, just because if they're going to want to have very targeted issues to deal with in a special session, they would likely want to target economic stimulus and then also the budget. But if it's part of a package, I think what we would want to try and have those discussions beforehand with leadership of the legislature and also the administration to see if it's something they would consider. And if it is, then we could provide that support in the form of resolutions from the city to encourage them to consider those issues.
Thank you, Mr. Haran. So it looks like we have to wait till the 60 days, but between now and then, we can even be, much more. I mean, we shouldn't wait until November or December to be talking to our legislators about the things that touch on residents. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Haran.
Okay, so let me, and Larry, jump in after I finish and tell me what your thoughts are. Obviously, with the drop in oil, and then of course with businesses all around the state, it's going to be really tough. And in fact, at our next presentation, if he hasn't already done it, I'm sure David's going to have some after we hear the proposed budget. But I think it's prudent that we look at 3 things. One, short term, and I hope it's short term, that we at least get on the drawing a $1 million reduction in our budget, just in the short term, if we need to. 2, if this thing goes, if this COVID-19 goes on longer, probably look at a 10% reduction. Now we're talking $7 or $8 million in revenues we're talking about here. Or the third option is, do we use our hold harmless GRT that we set aside for the future if we needed it? Those are the 3 options I look at. And the reason why I say this is because, in my opinion, we're going to have to hold on to almost any money that we can that isn't essential. There was a time where few years back when the state really didn't have any money to give us, and we got by fine. And we may have to look at it like that. So that's why I asked Mayor Pro Tem Gonda if we could hold off, because, you know, right now the state is going to be scrambling. They're going to be looking for every little dollar they can possibly get, because they're going to be in a world of hurt right now. And I think we're going to be fine. But if we at least have these plans in place, you just never know. So what I'm trying to say is, if it turns out that we're going to have to really look for some cuts, those cuts could also mean projects that we were going to look at doing, and we may want to hold off on. Now, granted, we still got to move forward with that geo bond, because that's different. That's something that was passed, and we've got the money set aside. We can't touch that. But some of the other things, whether we move the facility for our transportation facility, do we hold off on that for a little bit? And certain things that we were going to have to come up with some cash infusion. Do we hold off with some vehicle purchases, you know, that we may want to just hold off on? But getting back to Councilor Bencomo. So, for example, in my opinion, you may or may not be aware of, but this CARES Act that was passed, any homeowner, including a tenant, the landlord, who has a house or a mortgage that's backed by Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae or FHA, which represents about 70%, or the SBA, can get a waiver to have those payments not due and put on into the back of the loan. So I think if we were going to ask the legislature anything, is to say that the landlord has to show the tenant that they don't have one of these type of loans. 70% of them they should, and if they do, then that's where you get the maybe the rent, not having to pay the rent, because if the landlord doesn't have a mortgage payment, which is a huge thing to do, then it's a lot easier for them not to have to pay the rent, you know, or expect that from the tenant. Now, for those banks that don't, that means that they're done conventional. I think the legislature can look at charging a fee to the borrower, kind of like unemployment insurance, so that if this ever happens again, then there would be a fund that these banks can use to, much like the federal government, because the federal government can make money or, you know, print money. Then this fund could be used to help these banks that could then kind of take the few months off and help the tenant as well. So I think these are a couple of items to maybe look at that might be that might work from a business standpoint and also from a consumer standpoint and a tenant standpoint. That's what I wanted to mention. But getting back to the budget, so Larry, I mean, I know that, you know, you're talking to two new councilors for the first time, but you know, let's talk real candid here. It's going to be really difficult for the state, isn't it?
Mr. Mayor, yes. In FY22, it's going to be. We don't know the complete depth of the problem, but they're anticipating that it's going to be a $1.5 billion to $2 billion problem. So with the $7.6 billion budget, you know, I'm bad at math, which I've confessed to you before, but that's pretty easy math. You know, that's a huge hit. It's going to be really tough. And what happened last time is they took money from everywhere. I've never heard as many different ways they could refer to cuts. They had cuts, they had sandings, they had shavings, they had skimmings, they had sweeps. They did everything they could, and they took money from everywhere.
They were taking it from the school's reserve account. And they were even one time eyeing our account, which we basically told them to, you know, hands off. You know, we're not a subdivision of the state. We're not a political subdivision. The county is, and the schools are, and to the certain degree the universities are, but not the cities. And you know, they left us alone. But yeah, they were looking for every dollar they could possibly find. So what I'm trying to get at is we have to get in the mindset that we may not get anything. And so these projects that we may have, that's why we want to hear this next presentation on the proposed budget. But we need to be prepared on a short term. If it's just a short term and you know, things get back to semi back to normal, that's $1 million hit at the very minimum, because almost 70% of our revenue come from gross receipts tax from these businesses that are out here that are not producing. You know, I know that some cities are really hardline on businesses, and you know, we're fortunate that we're not quite to that degree, because not only do they need to feed their families, you know, they're in the indirect way helping the cities as well. Now, granted, and thank goodness for this, those that are purchasing online, there is a portion of taxes that is due, and I hope, Larry, can you give us a report on that? Have we seen how that's been working out, and what percent? I mean, does that make us kind of whole? Because I noticed, you know, just last night I bought a shade online and a replacement shade, and you know, paid my gross receipts tax, but of course it wasn't quite the same amount. So made me think, okay, it's only like 5 point something percent. Is that just going to the state, which is about what it sounds like they get, and the city's not getting anything? Or how are they splitting that up?
Mayor, so right now it is just going to the state, because what they did last session in the 60-day was they enacted legislation to collect and make those payments to local governments, but they pushed out the payment to local governments for 2 years to implement a system to figure out how to collect it. So instead of giving you the actual tax receipts, what they did is they set aside a pot of money, and they're giving a portion to every city based on population. So we're not going to start seeing actual collection from internet sales for another just over a year.
Okay, good. Well, that's amazing that they don't know how to distribute it, but they know how to collect it. So, Councilor Flores, did you have another question? Or did you forget to put your hand down?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
You forgot to put your hand. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Well, I didn't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but you know, Gil and I have been in this before, and maybe Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gonda to a certain degree, but it's going to be tough, and this is probably going to be tougher than it was before. So, you know, we need to. You're going to see a lot of municipalities, and maybe even counties, laying off workers. You know, and so I don't think we're going to be there, but we need to look at it like, okay, can we get by with this vehicle for another year? Probably. Now, exception, our emergency personnel, police and fire, we need to take care of that. So if those vehicles are old, we need to change them now, because those guys go fast and they need safe vehicles. But other than that, if you know, community development or inspection. Oh, and that's another thing. I think if we have positions that help increase our GRT, like electrical inspectors, well, I think we need to do that, because we have a backlog of those, and the more we get those things going, the more revenues that are generated. So, you know, we just need to look at this very pragmatically. Okay, well, I guess that's it, Larry. You're not going to stick around for our budget, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor. I will if you need me to, but if you don't mind, I'll just close on just a couple of things that I wanted to make sure I touched on. And Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize. I should have brought up the mental health facility, because I had some extensive conversations during the session on a way to proceed with the mental health facility. Unfortunately, I think what we'll need to do is put it off somewhat, but the discussion was, and legislators were interested, as was the administration, in if the city hosting a meeting at some point, if we can ever meet in person again, to have a meeting with our legislators and the administration, probably Department of Health and Department of Human Services, to discuss how do we proceed with mental health, providing and increasing mental health services in the southern part of the state, and Las Cruces in particular. So that's something I received a lot of interest in, and it's something that we would probably like to host at City Hall and work on as things get more normal, and the discussion on how do we become more effective or continue to be more effective in Santa Fe. Part of the other thing that I had a lot of discussion with legislators with is how do we further improve our process for not just our capital resolution and capital priorities to coordinate with legislators, but also policy priorities. And so I'll work with the city manager's office as things, again, it would have been something we would have talked about today if it wasn't this time, is what are we going to do starting soon for discussions internally and then also with legislators on not just capital priorities, but also legislative priorities coming into the 60-day and into the special session. So we'll keep working on that because we've done the things, the lunches and the breakfasts, and we've gone through cycles, and different councils want to do it more than others. But I'm happy to work with the city manager's office and the council to figure out how do you want to become more active, because it's something, the more active we are, the better off we're going to be in Santa Fe. So I'm happy to help with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I think Mayor Pro Tem Gonda had a couple questions to ask you, and I wanted to leave you with a closing thought after she finishes, please. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Larry, for that. I very much appreciate Mayor forecasting with us or for us. I appreciate the 3 plans, but like with anything, mental health is a basic need, and we can't put that off. If you think things are bad now and they're going to continue to get worse for our law enforcement who's at the front lines dealing with this every single day. And so I don't think we're at liberty to forget or put it off. I'm going to keep pushing this because I believe it's going to continue to be a huge issue, especially now. And we will have a new normal. And I don't know what that's going to look like, but I don't think we have luxury of putting this off given what's going on. People still need to get their basic needs met in some way, and access to mental health is one of those. And we still, again, have not recuperated from, our behavioral health shakeup. And so with that said, I'm going to continue to push Larry, Mayor, and my colleagues about making sure that people have access to this, because this is only going to get worse. And talk to any one of our law enforcement officers or any one of our newer counselors who went on ride-alongs with our police officers. They're dealing with mental health in one form or another every single day. And so they're not equipped to do that. That's not their level of expertise. And we need to be ready for them. And I'd rather be a visionary around that. So thank you.
Well, yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, don't get me wrong. I mean, we'll be more than happy to continue to support it, but we may have to, if we can get the money from them, great. But I'm just saying it's going to be difficult. But if we can come up with some different alternatives that might be able to work, hey, that'd be fantastic. Because I agree with what you're saying, but I just know that the state is going to be looking for, because you're talking to $40 million operation, building it and running it. So, and Larry, one last thing. I just want to let you know that about every 2 weeks, mayors have a conference call from all over the state. And I'll just tell you this much. It was floated more than one time about returning and this is, I'm just the messenger here, returning, I didn't say anything, but returning the tax on food and medicine. Because those, like I said, those cities, there's a lot of them that are going to really be hurting extremely bad. So I just want to point that out to you, just to give you an example to our new council members. If that was to come back, that would probably mean $7 or $8 million a year to the city of Las Cruces, maybe even more. But just thought I'd throw that out there. But anyways, I just want to leave you with that, Larry, so you're not shocked that might come up.
Thank you, Mayor. And that has been a policy, and the Municipal League has adopted that policy and pushed it about reimposing it. Again, with the new norm, who knows what the political will be, because depending on what happens to the state budget, it could have an impact. Up until now, it has been a non-starter, particularly in the House of Representatives. But with a time like this, who knows what will happen, and who knows what they would consider. And just the last thing I would leave you with is what I would suggest, and we touched on it a little bit earlier, but any federal or state grants or capital projects we've received funding for, we should proceed with encumbering and spending those as quickly as possible for 2 reasons. One, it helps keep your economy going. but also then it protects us from those future sweepbacks, because Mayor and Councilor Sorgan, I think to an extent Councilor Goddard, we've already been through it, and we've seen the shaking of the couch and the cushion and getting the money out of the cushions. And so we need to spend as quickly as we can.
Sure. Okay, well, thanks, Larry. Thanks for that, that summary. Appreciate it, an update. Okay, so the next item is going to be the fiscal year 2020-2021 proposed budget, and Ms. Leanne Demouche will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. Thank you so much for being with us today. I hope everybody had a very windy Easter like we did at our house, but it was very enjoyable. I'm going to load up our presentation. I'm going to try to share my screen, and we have actually 3 people that are going to be presenting. David Maestas, our interim city manager, will start out first, and then Dr. Paredes will come in with looking at the economy, and then we will dive right into the budget numbers. So let me share my screen. I've never done this, so bear with me. Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to David.
Thank you, Leanne. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Maestas, Interim City Manager. It is my pleasure and honor to be able to present to you the city's FY 2021 budget. As you all are aware, it is a budget process that really goes on throughout the year. We get input from our constituents and through council, either through city council meetings or work sessions as the year goes on. We also get requests through contact with our constituents. And with that, we start formalizing and getting together those items that we know need to be part of our budget as we go through different fiscal years. We also start to get into our authorization a little bit more heavily and a little bit more detailed starting in November, when we start meeting with councilors to get their perspective for the upcoming year. And then from that, we get with departments so that we can make sure that there's alignment with the not only council's strategic business plan, but also their strategic business plans as well. And we can formulate our proposal, which becomes what you see before you today. And that we bring forward typically around this time so we can get approval for it and to the state before the end of our fiscal year deadlines come to place. The budget that you see before you is, and you can go to the next slide for me, Leanne, please. The budget you see before you is actually a very conservative approach. Any of you who have been through a budget cycle with Ms. Leanne Demouche and those new counselors who have worked with her for a little bit know that although we're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars, she is still very much a penny pincher. So, which is good for the city because it makes sure that we're looking at the best, most innovative and effective and efficient ways to provide the services that we want to, that are best for our constituents and for our customers. The budget that is before you does not include modifications, as the mayor pointed out and Larry did, for the current public health emergency that we're going through. We did that for a few reasons. First, we wanted to bring forward to you the budget that would have been able to end in June of this year with our current status without the public health emergency, so that you get an idea of how well the budget was functioning. The other reasons for not having it included right now is because, as Larry pointed out, and even with the state and their process, we don't know for sure how long the duration is going to be for the stay-at-home or how long this event may last. So we're not quite certain on the final outcome. Although we do have pretty good projections and assumptions at this point, Dr. Paredes and Ms. Leanne Demouche have been working closely with state officials and have been working on projections so that we at least have an idea. And the reason we wanted to have an idea, as the mayor pointed out, we do know that at some point we are definitely going to have to adjust for this event, and we want to be able to have recommendations to come forward to City Council with, which we do have at this time. As Mayor pointed out, for short term, that was one of the first things we wanted to look into. And then when we learn more about the duration of the event, then we can start looking into intermediate and long-term solutions. You will notice through your packet that the budget itself also does not have any increases in our taxes, the GRT, or any of the property tax rates to be able to make us at a point where our revenues are more so than our expenditures. So that is a very good sign, obviously, with the budget. The other thing that's part of the budget is consideration for council's priorities and the strategic business plans for the departments, as I pointed out. And as we go through the presentations, you'll see those as I outline some of the items, as Leanne outlines some of the items, and then Mr. David Cedillo will have a presentation for you on the CIP, Capital Improvement Program, following this one, and he will also outline some of those initiatives. Next slide, please, Leanne. What I'd like to do with the next few slides is highlight some of those initiatives on just a general level. Again, as we go further into the presentations for the budget and the capital improvement program, you'll get more detail on these items. And then obviously after those presentations, any questions that you have, we have staff from the department specifically because they are the technical experts and they can help with any questions that you have for those items. The first strategic themes here you see are part of the City Council strategic plan. One of the items states that the City Council will work with the community to explore, discover, and discern policy directions for key areas such as utilities, public safety, transportation, and the capital improvement program. So you'll see several items in there that fit along that criteria. One of the ones is a police evidence building so that can help them in their processes and their efficiencies with the investigations that they go on throughout the year. Next item is rehab to our wastewater treatment plan. There have been previous projects to help with upgrades in that area, and we want to continue to ensure that not only are we efficiently treating our waste, but also being ready for expansion as may be necessary. Third one there, the Madrid Avenue extension is a new roadway installation from the intersection of Anita and Martha to Travis to take the place of the existing 2-lane milled road. This would be a complete streets initiative road that would have bike lanes as well as sidewalks and street lighting with it. Next two items are for the buffer program for our refuse and recycling receptacles, as well as for our generators and HVAC type systems. These buffers would help enclose each of those structures so that we have a safety aspect to them as well as an aesthetic change with each of those installations. Last one there is lighting upgrades to City Council chambers to help us assist with our energy efficiency and better lighting for our meetings in the chambers. Next one, Leanne. For the economic and community development, this again is part of the City Council strategic plans to improve relationships between businesses, the business community, and the city. In particular, you'll see that first one there. We want to be able to improve the development for the West Mesa Industrial Park area as well as the Las Cruces Airport area. That definitely will help us with GRT and revenues in the area if we can work on those items. Working on establishing a purchasing power agreement. Many of you recall and know that the city, as one of their resolutions, has approved that we will be 100% renewable energy in 2050, and therefore we want to continue to make sure that these types of projects are moving forward. Economic Development is working on relaunching their website and improving on that website for the business community. This again helps with the relationship between businesses and the city. We have definitely had quite a bit of lessons learned through this public health emergency. There has been quite a bit of activity between our economic development in obtaining information, sharing information, and collaborating with the business community with all of the different care packages that are coming through and stimulus bills coming through the federal government and through the state. So this has been a good practice for them to help improve that website in the future. And then partnership with our community development financial institution, again, so that we can help and assist with our small businesses throughout the community and that they are in a better position to be able to work on accessing capital for their small businesses. Next slide, Leanne. For the community involvement and follow-up, another strategic initiative for council was the engagement within our community at large. One of the things that we want to improve on for efficiencies and expand would be the 311 program in our community. That has proved to be very popular. It's quite active, but we want to make sure that we have targets towards our constituents and our community so that we know that we are meeting the best services that they are requesting out there. We want to work on closed captioning for the city council meetings, along with increased Spanish translation throughout all of the press releases and publications that we have, so that we have better interaction with all of our customers and constituents who are getting information from the city of Las Cruces, and that would also include improvements to our video streaming via YouTube. And then lastly, in that item for education, continuing with and improving our neighborhood academy. That one is a very popular program. We have several people wanting to be a part of it, and when they go through it, really enjoy the program itself. So we want to continue to have that in place, but also whatever improvements and efficiencies we can work on there. And then lastly, continue our collaborations with the Las Cruces Public Schools, and in particular, the community school initiatives. Next slide, Leanne. So in summary, some of the key points you'll see in the budget is our focus on assuring that we are delivering the correct services to our customers, making sure that we are efficiently and effectively providing programs, services, and capital improvement items that meet or improve their experiences. We want to continue to implement cost containment strategies, especially now in light of our current situation, but just in general, we're always working on that. I'll defer back again to Leanne and her push to make sure that we are correctly accounting for all of our pennies and they are being used wisely. We want to make sure that we're maintaining our city infrastructure. Again, I'll refer back to our current situation that really make sure that we want to keep our current infrastructure in as best shape as possible. We may not be having the funding available to have new infrastructure put in place, so we want to make sure that we maintain it to the best that we can. And then lastly, we're always looking to advance council's strategic visions. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Payares, and he will give you an oversight of the city's economic performance as well as what's being forecasted as we move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. Can you hear me well?
Yes, Doctor.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for having me and having this opportunity to describe some of the things that we've been experiencing. The first slide that I prepared for you basically shows the tendencies that we've had throughout the years, at least since the last decade. The blue lines, or the blue bars, as you can see, are associated to the number of people that are employed, and the line that is kind of downward sloping towards 2019, that represents the unemployment rate. So the thing that I wanted to show you from this slide is that obviously we have been improving substantially since our last recession that we had, that we experienced actually back in 2010. So the number of people that have responded to be employed has continued to increase at least up until 2019. And the unemployment rate had decreased substantially out to the lowest point that it had in a decade in 2018. Just for some clarification as to the current calendar year, the payroll employment continued to expand at least in the months of January and February of this year in Las Cruces Metropolitan Statistical Area. In 2018, just the same thing that I repeated, we had the lowest unemployment rate we had in almost a decade. And up until the last the last presentation that I did for you, I indicated, if you recall properly from that presentation, that the median listing home for prices have been increasing for at least 24 months. So this is just to provide a context of where we were coming from. Can you move to the next slide, Liam, please? If you recall properly from our last meeting that we had, the last work session that we did, the last bullet point that I had described on that one was what happens with COVID-19 and depending on how it goes. Well, it seems that the words that it made it happen, correct? But what has happened, or what we can see right now, is that at least from what we can gather from the data, well, not the data, from the meeting that the Federal Open Markets Committee had on March 15, and these minutes were released on April 8th, Among the discussions that they were having in the Fed, they were indicating that we are already in a recession. Now, the Fed indicates two plausible scenarios as to how we get out of this. The first scenario is, of course, that economic activity rebounds in the second half of 2020. That is, starting from July onward. In other words, that we start having a recovery from July onward as more of the restrictions and more of the people start going out and it's safe to go out again. The second scenario that they also interact with is a slow recovery that makes it materialize all the way until 2021. So what are some of the main challenges? So when Leanne brought this question, Leanne at the budget office and administration brought this question to me, the biggest challenge that we have, as you know, we have a good model that traces the GRT collections from the city, but the problem is that there's absolutely no data available for our estimates right now. The events that are occurring are so recent that we do not have appropriate data that could help us see what the tendency and what the real effects are. The second thing, and it's probably one of the most important things that we have, one of the most important data points that we must get is there's no possible date for the resolution. There's no date in which we can say this is the day in which the travel restrictions or the visiting restrictions will be lifted. And even if it did, what will be the strategy for lifting those restrictions? That may have a different economic impact depending on how it goes, whether they're going to be staged or whether they're going to be lifted all at once. We don't know that. So that's the biggest chunk of information that we do not possess. And the third one is that this crisis has been so specific, so strange, because it has impacted all sectors of the economy in a very short period of time. So the difference that it had in the previous recession, as you probably recall, Las Cruces got into the recession later. If there was a lag period from there was the collapse in the financial system. It got the collapse in the financial system happened in 2008, and the biggest hit on an unemployment rate was in 2010. In this case, the industries have been hit at the same time in a very short time frame. Very short time frame. I remember the ordinance, the public health ordinance from the Mexico Department of Health that happened in March 19, banning restaurants and banning large gatherings and things of that nature. So we're actually less than in a month, and it has substantially affected us. So these three challenges pose very different challenges to economists. The first one is that there's no data available for estimates, basically puts a constraint in an econometric model, which is what we use to collect and calculate, to calculate our GRT projections. So since I do not have data for what are the estimates, that's the first one. The second method that I analyzed in order to have these estimates was an input-output model that, based on the third bullet point you see right there, since it affects most industries at the same time in a very short period of time, it would probably overstate the effects. So at this point, in some of my technical support for calculating these estimates is constrained. So what I have to do is that, as many economists are doing right now, you have to rely on a model that you think is safe, which is exactly what we did, and then you must rely on assumptions about the local economy. Leanne, can you move to the next slide, please? This is the scenario that we're presenting from what we are thinking it will occur. I know this is a very busy slide, but bear with me for just a second. The panel on your left shows you the graph. And in the graph, you have multiple things, but the bars are GRT collections that we've had for that specific distribution month. In other words, that means that the economic activity has happened 3 months ago. The orange line represents the GRT forecast that the Budget Office and Economic Development Department have worked together to create. This has been a very good model, as you can probably see. It has been able to track fairly well the GRT collections that we've had in the city. And then we have the instance of COVID-19. And based on the estimates that we had, in essence, what we did is that we went sector by sector, industry by industry, with the information we were able to collect from calling different industries, from looking at what the tendencies were, from engaging in multiple webinars, from discussing with other economists, including economists at the state legislature, we were able to see, and actually this is a very similar approach they're all using. We are all providing educated guesses of what each individual industry is happening, each individual industry is experiencing. From that, we applied the decrease to the benchmark model that we have created from the econometric analysis. The results that yield, at least for the end of fiscal year 20, is that the distribution month of May, which would represent the collection, sorry, the business month of March, we're probably going to experience a 9% decrease in GRT collections. Now, what happens for the distribution months of June, July, and August, which would be the business months of April, May, and June, end of our fiscal year, and at least in the business time? We're probably experiencing, or we're calculating an estimated decrease of about 19% every month. So this of course, and I think that the mayor was fairly was clear in discussing this. This represents a big decrease. And some of the things now, after finishing right there with the graph in the left, going to the graph in the right, we can see that most non-essential industries are expected to decrease. And we're experiencing that ourselves as a government entity, where the essential workers are probably working, they have to go to their places, whereas most of us are working from home. The industries that we're expecting to be hit the hardest are, of course, bars, restaurants, hotels, and small businesses. Essential industries that are expected to increase are probably going to be, well, an example is healthcare and social assistance. And right there, you have the two descriptions that we did. The gross receipts are expected to fall for March 2020, that's the business month, which would be reflected in our collections for the month of May. And then gross receipts are expected to fall on average 19% for the remaining of fiscal year 20. Now, one thing that I do want to point out, and that probably goes back to the first slide that I showed you, is that if you see right there in that graph that you have on your left right now, the blue bars are exceeding the forecasts, at least in the month distributions since November, December, January, February, and a little bit of March. So that a little bit of March represents January business month. But for that, I'll let City Manager and I'll let Ms. Leanne Demush continue with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pagliaris.
So thank you, Mayor, Council. This is Leanne Demush. I'm going to jump into the budget as our interim city manager, David Maestas, explained to you. This was pre-COVID. This is our budget cover for fiscal year 21. I'd like to give a nice shout out to Carla Walton with the communications engagement program that helped us put this together. I'd also like to just briefly introduce my staff. They're very important in this process, meeting with the departments that they're responsible for, and that's Matt Sines, my senior analyst, Veronica McGregor, William Blanchard, and Sherelle Dela Cruz, who are my budget analyst. So our theme for this year is painting a brighter future for Las Cruces. And overall, our budget for citywide budget, this is what this slide is representing. As you know, we do fund accounting. So each of these represent the different funds. But overall, our city budget is about an increase of about 1.7%. As you can see, there is a slight increase in expenditures for the general fund. Some departments actually went up and some went down. As you may be aware, this is our second year for performance-based budgeting. And I think what we're starting to see from the departments, when we went through the process with them for budgeting, we had 3 specific trainings with them, trying to get them to, identify what their programs were and what their strategic results were, and to budget towards those strategic reports through their strategic targets, I should say. And just helping them develop those budgets while, making sure that they're more efficient and effective. I want to let you know that when we started this project of process of performance-based budgeting, we reached out to several cities that had gone through the same process that we had, and they actually told us that after certain years, 3, 5, and 7, you're going to start seeing that actually your budget overall is going to start going down, which really sort of amazed me. But they said that when the departments start looking at their strategic results and what their goals and their targets were, they actually become more efficient and more effective. And so the resources that they use become more efficient and effective. And they notice that their budgets are going down. And I think we're going to start seeing that as well. As you can see, our general fund is just a slight increase of $400,000. The other operating funds, that is actually the other general funds. I'm going to put an S on this. This is like our hold harmless, the airport. These are still in doing our fund accounting. These are still the funds that start with 100, but we took just the general fund out of that equation. The reason you see a really big decrease in this is because one of the funds that we have, which is our engineering fund, it's 1005. If you'll notice, there's no expenditures in there. So what we're trying to do is there are certain funds that we're trying to, in the process, get rid of, that we don't feel that there's a need for these funds anymore. So we've actually put these expenditures into other areas. Maybe some of them went into some of the departments. Some of them might have gone into special revenue and things like that. As far as the special revenue, you do see an increase in the special revenue. Of course, in these funds, and I know that you've seen our recap, we have hundreds of funds. So to go through every single fund is a little bit impossible. However, the special revenue funds are they can be tied to a statute, or they can be tied to a resolution or to an ordinance. And so they have specific things that they can, or items that they can spend it on. Well, the reason that you see an increase in our special revenue is because one of the funds that's in there is our operating grants fund, 2100. And as you know, we bring on probably about an average every month to council at least 4, 5, maybe 6, 11 grants to you. So our operating grants has really expanded and has caused some of this increase as well. There's also an increase in expenditures for street maintenance, which is Public Works is expanding on the upkeep and the taking care of our streets. As far as the debt service, it went down just slightly. We had a couple of debts that were paid off in fiscal year 20. This fiscal year, they'll be paid off. They were for some fire equipment that we had that has been, we have taken debt on about 6, 7 years ago. And so we're no longer paying for that debt. And that's why it decreased just slightly. In our capital project funds, which later on when we do the CIP, David Cedillo will get more into what these capital projects fund. Of course, where there's an increase in our community investment projects, not in each fund, there's probably multiple projects, but like I said, Public Works can get more into what they're going to be presenting for the capital projects this year. Our enterprise funds went down just a little bit. These enterprise funds make up from utilities as an enterprise fund, transit is in there as well, and also the Rio Grande Theater. Transit, of course, gets a grant every year, and the city matches that grant. It went down a little bit because sometimes the grant and the match can cover all of transit's expenditures for a year. And for this particular year, we have not added
additional funding for the Beyond because his grant and his match has been able to handle that. However, I think Ms. Bassford told you on Friday that the transit will be getting about $6 million, and we'll be bringing that budget adjustment to you when that grant comes in. As far as internal services has to do with those like fleet services that that work on for other departments. So like for fleet, for instance, they work on their vehicles from other departments. Also in the internal services is things like workers' comp, the health fund. This is where we pay our insurance, the claims for the staff medical. We also pay for their prescriptions out of this. We have a company that we've hired, a consultant that helps us with this, and we pay for all of those out of the health fund. And we also have an internal services, our liability fund as well. As for the trust and the agency funds, we get donations from organizations that we use. Just the other day, I think we took a budget adjustment to buy, I think it was library books for the library for children's books. We are also the fiscal agent to several agencies. These are like MIRVDA, Metro, the Animal Service Center, and South Central Solid Waste. All of their budgets are in there. I will tell you that most of these agencies have a board, and their budget has to be approved by their board. And we send those resolutions into DFA, and we monitor their budget throughout the year. Just to give you an overview, this is the same information, but just showing where the bulk of our expenditures are for our main city. As you can see, the enterprise funds is 29%. That's the bulk of it. Then general fund following, and then capital funds is 22%. And then you can see internal services, agencies, special revenue, and debt funds are between 5 and 7%. Jumping into our general fund, which is the fund that is used for pretty much almost all of the departments, of course, except for utilities and for transit. We did set some budget development guidelines from the city manager's office. We did put in a 2.5% increase into the budget. This was done through HR, through human resource. We did put in, if we have negotiated union contracts, we made sure that we met all of those contracts and what is needed for those contracts. We also made, it's not listed on here, but just to let you know, everything that was needed for the increase in para was also put into the salary and benefit projections as well. We did set aside an open salary savings. We've been doing this with the budget since 2019. This year we set the open salary savings at $5 million. And then overall for the operating, we pretty much told the departments to please review your budgets to try to meet your strategic results. And like I said earlier, with this performance-based budgeting, you're going to see that a lot of the departments fluctuated. Some went down and some went up. Okay, jumping in into the general fund, as you can see in the budget that we're in right now, currently our fiscal year 20, our expenditures from the original budget that you adopted back in May of last year, our expenditures were $95.3 million. This year we are asking for $95.6 million, which is only a 0.3% increase. This gives you an outline of the fiscal year 20 original that was adopted, like I said, back in May of last year, our 21 that we are proposing, and then what the change is. As far as the revenue, like Francisco had just mentioned a while ago, we do have an econometric model that we work with him on. We feel very confident about this model when we did these projections. For fiscal year 29, our projections versus actuals were only off by about $250,000. When we told that to the state economist, she sort of laughed and wished that they were as close as we are with their econometric model. So we feel very confident about that model. Our expenditures, these are all from, from the city management and also from all of the departments. Again, that was 95.64 million that we're asking for. And then our transfers are in and out. They went up. Most of the transfers went up because we are, last year we put a lot of the transfers into the hold harmless GRT. This year we moved some of them back to the general fund. And like I mentioned earlier, and we're going to be going over a list of the transfers in a few minutes as well, but we also increased some of the transfers as well. I think Animal Service Center is asking for an increase. We increased the budget for the vehicle acquisition fund. We increased for the liability claims and also for the medical health for staff as well. You can see that we have a nice ending balance. We are meeting our required 2/12. As you know, the state only requires us to meet 1/12. However, we adopted a resolution that requires us to do an additional 1/12. And then our unreserved balance is about 4.64 million. This gives you an idea of where our revenues are. Our prediction is 102.6 million. As Francisco showed you earlier from the graph, our GRT has been coming in extremely strong. It's surpassing our predictions, which is, as David has told you, I'm maybe a penny pincher, but I am very frugal. I like to be a little bit conservative and not be, my predictions to be too high. However, I really believe that the reason that we are seeing this increase, and Francisco and I sort of watch the GRT as it comes in, we've seen an increase in the retail and we've seen an increase in construction. And those are two very strong industries that are bringing in our gross receipt stacks. Our property taxes, this is actually straight from the property tax levy that we receive from the state. They're predicting about 12.8 million. Excise and other taxes includes like franchise fees. We do receive taxes from like gasoline license plates and cigarettes. Other revenue, these are our fees and charges. As you know, we have fees and charges for Parks and Rec, for permitting, for community development. When you get stopped by a police officer and you get a ticket, when you pay for that ticket, it goes into the other revenue as well. Then earlier you heard Larry talk about the internet sales tax for fiscal year 20. As you remember, we're on a lag. So you have business activity month, and then you have your distribution month. The business we will only receive for fiscal year 20 10 months of internet sales tax distribution because they are lagging it, of course, for 2 months. For fiscal year 21, we will receive 12 full months of internet sales tax, which is just a little bit over $1 million. And that makes up our $102 million for revenue. As far as our expenditures, what we did, we lumped it into service categories for you instead of going through every single department. As you can see, for emergency services, they are the largest portion of our percentage-wise of our expenditures. 49.7%, 50% of our expenditures out of the general fund go to emergency services. 39% then goes to community services. This is community development, economic development, Parks and Rec, public works, quality of life. And then our administrative services, which is 16.6%. And those are all the internal services, the CMO's office, finance, HR, and IT. And then, of course, we have an open position savings of $5 million. As far as our expenditures, this is where our money is going to. As you can see, like in most businesses, the largest cost is employee cost. Our employee cost is 67%. Supplies and services, 15%. Transfers to debt is 3%. And then transfer to other fund is 14%. So for this budget, the departments did request for new positions. This is a list of all of the new positions. I'm not going to go through every single one. There's 2 slides of this. I think total there's about 21 positions that are requested. Some of these, I'll just talk briefly just about a few. Community development is requesting 3 new positions. These are all for the one-stop shop that they have. However, these positions are contingent upon funding. We will be bringing to the Finance Select Committee, which I think will be at the end of April. We will be bringing a phase 2 of the community development rates for permitting. And we will be giving the new rates that we came up for the community development department. And hopefully if the selection committee and the members that are counselors and mayor that are on the selection committee agree to this, and we will bring this forward as a resolution to adopt new rates for them. For finance, the customer service rep, I should say, maybe this is a cashier. This is for the person that will be out at the East Mesa utility where they collect, I think they're collecting the utility payments out there and also signing people up for utilities. This is for a person for out at that location. Moving forward, Public Works, quality of life. As you can see, they've asked for some food service workers. These positions are contingent upon grant funding. We recently brought to council the New Mexico AAA grant, and these positions are in that grant. So if we are awarded this grant, these positions are contingent upon that funding. And of course, the transit supervisor is FTA funds from the FTA grant for transit. This is the next couple of slides are all of the transfers. When we mean by transfers is that we take money out of the general fund and we put it into another fund. Every year we support airport operations. We transfer funds out of the general fund into the airport. This year for the vehicle acquisition, we typically try to put money in there for vehicle acquisition for about $1.5 million every year. Last year, I think we only supported the vehicle acquisition fund with $1 million. We were not able to cover a lot of vehicles for some of the other departments. We always try to cover as many vehicles as we possibly can for police. The rest of the, as you can see, the funds start with a 3. All funds that start with a 3 are debt. So we are transferring funds out of the general fund into debt. And so that's what the next ones, all the way from 2015 GRT, all the way through the HUD section, which is the loan for the MONUS. We also are doing a transfer to the solid waste landfill closure for $500,000. We support the Rio Grande Theater as well every year. And then, of course, the transit operations, which is their match for their transit grant. Fleet services, we hopefully, as you know, Fleet is in the process of putting in a new software. It's called FleetWave. Right now, we are giving a transfer to Fleet Services out of general fund for those vehicles that are tied to general fund. Utilities, transit still has to do direct chargebacks to Fleet for their services. However, once Fleet Wave is up and running, we will be taking Fleet back to being what we call a chargeback and charging each of the departments. We made a transfer for workers' compensation, for liability claims. We do, for MRVDA, we give MRVDA, I think the agreement is 53-47, and we pay 53% for MRVDA. Metro Narcotics, that is with the Sheriff's Department. We supply, I think it's 6 officers, they supply 6, and then we each contribute, the county contributes $325,000 as well. And then of course the Animal Service Center, this is an equal match from the county as well. And I will say, going back, that MRVDA, Metro, and I'm not quite sure about the Animal Service Center, their boards are in the process of meeting and will be accepting or adopting a resolution for their budgets. Every year, when I started this, I try to highlight a couple of other funds. I always highlight the hold harmless replacement. This is our 3/8 that we receive. It's going to be accommodating. It has very little expenditures in it this year. It is accommodating about 8.3 million of transfers, and I'll be going through those transfers in a few minutes. The majority of those transfers are for debt. The public safety impact fees, this year I decided to cover them. For the last couple of years, the public safety impact fees has been covering the debt for the East Mesa Safety Complex. However, we are anticipating that there will not be enough coverage in fiscal year 21. So we will be taking a transfer out of the general fund to cover the rest of the debt coverage for the East Mesa Safety Complex. The Vehicle Acquisition Fund, of course, this is used to purchase replacement vehicles. I put the page number if you wanted to look at. Page 61 is where we have our VAF. We're requesting, as you can see, several vehicles, 19 for police. Typically, police tries to, we try to accommodate them with 18 replacement vehicles every year. This year, I boosted it up to 19 because they did have a couple of wrecks, and some of these wrecks were not at the fault of the officer, and so we need to replace those once we receive insurance payments on those vehicles. But they need to be on the VAF so that way we can actually replace that vehicle. Moving on, these are the transfers that are coming out of the hold harmless. Every year, just like we support the airport, we also support facilities maintenance. We do receive a bill an invoice every year, month, I should say, sorry, for prisoners from the county. And then the rest of these, starting with 2017 SSGRT, as you can see, the fund number starts with a 3, 3226, all the way down to 3294. These are all transfers for debt. And continuing, as you can see, 2 more debt for flood and for fire equipment, and then a transfer, another additional transfer to the liability claim for $500,000. This year, I wanted to just briefly go over if we would have been in front of you, all the department directors, they are online. So if you have specific questions, they can answer those questions as well. But this year, I wanted to go through the department budgets just briefly. When we talk about their proposed budgets, some of them will probably look huge. And the reason for that is because when we did go to performance-based budgeting, we're looking at all of their budgets. So this includes, think of this, the citywide budget, which is the 417 million. This is that budget. So for the proposed budget, like for the city manager's office, which does include fleet services, that's why there's such a large budget for the city manager's office. One of the things that we are proposing this year is to move the sustainability program from, this was city managers directed to move the sustainability program for economic development to the city manager's office. They felt that this was a really good move for sustainability, mostly because, you know, they are responding to, you know, each of the departments. You know, they work real closely, like with utilities and public works, and so, and to the community as well. So we felt that for this particular department to grow, that moving it from ED to the CMO's office might be a very a good response to that program and help it.
Leanne.
Yes.
Which city manager is this? Is this David's?
Well, David is the interim city manager currently. This budget was put together with when Mr. Studer was the interim city manager.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just was wondering.
Okay, sorry. They are one new position, media intern, and of course we are requesting funding for a performance management software. For community development, I talked earlier about the positions that they were requesting. Of course, those positions are contingent upon funding. And again, with economic development, just taking the sustainability program to the CMO. Finance is requesting 2 positions, and like I talked about, one of them is a cashier and customer service rep. I'm not quite sure that I told you that, though, that utilities would actually be paying for that position through their administrative fees. And then finance is also asking for a small additional amount of money to have a small business outreach program for the community. The fire department, their proposed budget, they are requesting no academy budget for fiscal year 21. The HR department asked for an HR specialist, and then IT asked for a budget for phone replacement. It amazes me. I didn't even realize that we've actually been in the city hall now for 10 years. And so it's time to start replacing some of the equipment that we have in here. They put funding in for a phone replacement and also for a network security penetration test. As for legal, they requested 2 new positions, internal auditor and a part-time office assistant. Of course, the mayor and council, your proposed budget is a 2.8 million. Muni Court, there were no changes at all. For Parks and Recreation, they requested 5 new positions, a caseworker, a youth program specialist. They actually asked for 3 of those, and for their after-school program, and a park maintenance worker. The police department, they proposed their budget, and it does include a 20-person academy. For public works, they requested new positions. They also requested funding for a computer upgrade for the alarm system from MRDA, and for additional funding to conduct roof inspections. Quality of life, they're actually proposing a reorg for their department. I'm trying to, they're actually wanting to change some of their, none of their lines of business, but they are looking to change some of their programs, which I think we pretty much approved those. They want to move their art program and make it a public art program under the director's office. And then also under the library museum line of business, they want to add a new program for collections, a collections program. They did ask for $20,000 for public art and $120,000 for a senior community needs assessment, which is something I think one of the counselors had been asking for. For utilities, Their board had just recently approved their budget last week. They did ask for an increase for equipment, which is a tapping machine and a trenchless equipment as well. Delilah Walsh has some really cool videos. Maybe someday soon she can share that. Maybe she shared those with the board as well for the both of these two pieces of equipment. And for that, I'll turn the everything over to David Cedillo to go over the CIP.
Thank you, Leanne.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will bring up the CIP presentation here shortly for everyone to see. As I do that, is that coming up?
Yep. Yes.
F5.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. You're not in a full view of their presentation. If you hit the F5 button on your keyboard, it should go. David?
Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Hit the button. I don't know what's happening with the screen.
Maybe there's times it doesn't work, I guess.
What about Control 5? Will that help?
Is the presentation up?
Yeah, that's fine. We can just slide we can just use the slides, David. It's not a full screen, but it's 80%.
How's that?
Same.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move on. As Mayor and Council knows, the Capital Improvements Program is part of the city charter in Article 5.05, and it is part of the budget process to propose a 5-year calendar improvements program. This is required by the Department of Finance and Administration in advance of any legislative sessions. That helps us obtain any grants and debt funding. It is also tied to our peak performance as an organization. Just a quick overview. This is a 6-year program. The 6th year comprises of the funded capital projects within the current fiscal year that's being proposed for FY 2021. And the remaining 5 are part of the infrastructure capital improvements. And those are non-funded projects in the outer years of FY 22 through 26. As Maestas had mentioned, and Leanne touched base on it as well too in their presentation, this is a cyclical event. Meetings do kick off in October. As they go through, we meet with departments, we meet with city manager's office and city council as we go through to identify the projects for the CIP. Once those are collected, again, one of the things that we have changed is meeting as a CIP committee for ranking. That involves departments throughout the organization. Once that is complete, we actually get that created and send it through for review and is submitted as part of the budget. That's
David?
where we're at. Yes, sir.
The slides are not advancing.
Are you seeing slide 4?
Put your cursor over 4 and hit enter. See if it moves it.
Yeah, we aren't seeing slide 4 at all.
David, I'd recommend just stopping your screen share and then starting it again.
Thanks, Adrian.
Is everyone able to see the screen now?
We can see it. You want to try your F5 or Control 5, one of the two? No. Okay. Well, how about if you put your cursor on slide 4 and then hit enter or click it on slide 4 and see if it moves it.
David Cedillo, I think you have to start the slideshow before you share the screen for it to work.
Let me try that.
Unshare, start the slideshow, and then reshare.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to try to have you do.
You want to ask him if he's here?
I don't want to bug him when he was talking.
You can ask him over the thing, can't you?
I can.
Is anything showing up here?
Same as before, Dave. Just your very first screen.
David, this is David Maestas. Can you do me a favor? Can you unshare your screen? I'm going to try calling it up from here. And then if you are in the building, Annette will go down there and help you.
Sounds good. And yes, I'm currently here. David, since I see yours, did you want to go ahead and move over to slide 4?
Yes, if that works for you, I can do that. Let me know when I'm on slide 4.
Not there.
Okay, how's that?
Yes, it's there.
Okay.
Thank you, David. Mayor, Council, apologies for the technical difficulties, but we'll proceed from where I left off. As you know, this process is a cycle. Currently, right now, we're
David, we didn't see slide 2 or 3. Maybe you ought to go back 1 or 2.
Sure thing, Councilor. There we go. Slide 2, we'll go ahead and backtrack. The CIP is part of the city charter, as I noted before, Article 5 in Section 5.05. And as stated, the capital improvements program is a 5-year proposed part of the budget that will need to be submitted. This is required by the Department of Finance and Administration in advance of the legislative sessions, which helps us obtain grant and debt funding. It is also tied to our peak performance as an organization. Next, please, David.
Is it showing? It's showing on mine.
It's not showing on mine.
Okay, I'm on slide 3 right now.
We're not. We're on 2 yet.
Tell him to stop sharing his and start sharing.
David, can you try stop sharing yours and we'll try mine again? I have an edit
Yes,
here.
I sure can.
Is this where you're at?
David, this is Leanne. Why don't you let me try, since I got mine and they're both in the same folder, and I'll see if I can, I'll see if I can share it on mine, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you, Leanne.
Did that work?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Leanne.
Okay, so you want me to get to slide 3 or 4? Or are you going to start over?
Looks like you did it.
Yes, we will go directly to slide 3.
Okay, 1 second. I can bring up a PowerPoint, but I can't unmute myself.
Thank you, Leanne. So now that everybody can see the presentation, again, my apologies for not being able to bring that up. The CIP is a 6-year program that runs from FY21 through FY26. The funded capital projects, which is the proposed current fiscal year of FY21, and then the other 5 are the infrastructure capital improvement plan from fiscal years 22 through 26. Again, these are non-funded projects in outer years. Next, please, Leanne. To not reiterate the process, again, this is just an overview of what our process is. At this point right now, we are at the April where we show the proposed CIP along with the budget. This will be coming back to City Council in May for approval. Once it is approved, it is submitted to the state for that legislative funding opportunities, and then it goes to the legislative session the following year. Next, please. So what I want to do is go over some of the major changes that we incorporated into FY21's CIP process and how we came to the final product. So again, this is in collaboration with all the departments that had feedback throughout the year and throughout the process. So some of those new input requirements that we show, go ahead, Leanne, is the new workbooks that we came up through as part of that feedback from staff and from those departments. That was consolidated to have one working book that includes both capital and maintenance for all their projects as we go through. The other improvement that we did, next one, Leanne, is our prioritization of our matrix. Like with the workbooks, we also combined those or consolidated those to have one matrix include both capital and maintenance projects to give weight to all different projects from all the departments. And also we streamlined the forms, which allowed staff to do a drop down or a fillable form, which increased their efficiencies in providing that through us as a department and keeper of the CIP to move forward. Next slide. As you may have seen before, here's our combined priority matrix. It does take different aspects and gives those projects essentially what it is a weighted value based on the chart and how these projects align with both councils and department strategic plans, along with other items that we take into account. From that, we'll get a matrix score, next one, which will put them in a range of low, medium, or high with those denominations there, 0 to 25, 25 to 26 to 50, and 51 to 75. Next slide. So one of the things that we also changed or we improved as part of the CIP was recognizing that we do have annual projects every single year. Now those actually receive consistent funding with little or no fluctuation, but were never really ever shown on the CIP. So for consistency, we are now adding those to the CIP. Some of those examples that we show, for instance, in Public Works, next slide. Leanne, please. For instance, in Public Works, we have annual projects with our neighborhood calming program, traffic calming program, and also our weed control and maintenance. An example of the utility projects that are annual and ongoing are the gas, solid waste, wastewater, and water building improvements. Next, please. Another thing that we're wanting to highlight for council and the public to see are the notations that we've made for those upcoming legislative appropriations. As Larry had mentioned in his presentation earlier, we did receive those fundings, or basically those appropriations for several and different projects. Those were actually listed on the CIP, and I'll show you how those get placed on the CIP and what the difference is. And here's a list of those projects that were approved through the latest legislative appropriations. The Amador Hotel, Aquatic Services Center, solar panels, Arts and Cultural District improvements, all the way through Municipal Services Center Transit project, Munson Center renovations. Next slide, please. And there's a continuation of those projects that were approved. You will see projects from Community of Hope, ranging from various things, the new skate park that was called for, through the trails projects and wastewater septic system improvements from grants. So what I'd like to do now is show you where you're going to see those changes in the CIP. Next, please. Here's a snippet of the CIP itself. And as you see, there are two notations in the fourth project down and the last project down at the bottom. You will see a notation that says 2020 legislative appropriations. Now, although the state has agreed to fund those, the city does not have that money in hand now. So what you will notice is that the funding is out in FY 2022. That is to show that the money has been appropriated, but has not made its way to the city and in in its coffers to use. Once that does happen, those fundings under an adjustment will go to council to move those from an unfunded year of 2022 into the funded FY 2021. Next, please. Our bond cycling will work just the same as our legislative. So here are a list of those bond cycle projects that we will be moving forward with. As you recall, at the last council meeting, there were the streets and flood bond cycles that were approved. Here coming forth will be the facilities, but here is a small list of the projects on that list. Again, to identify those projects on the CIP, next please. One more, Leanne. You will see that those bond cycle projects are being identified just as those in the legislative. If you look down on the screen, third project from the bottom, you will notice that the East Mesa Roads and Drainage has two of those items because we are receiving funding from those two, which is a 2020 bond cycle and a 2020 legislative appropriation. Again, just as with the legislative, those will move back into the funded column once they are approved and received. Next one. One of the other things that we wanted to identify and show for consistency purposes was combining basically some of the projects that we've had throughout Public Works. They've all been here, but we wanted to highlight is the actual departments that have a great involvement with those projects. So typically those projects historically were listed under Public Works. We are moving those out to the departments to show the involvement that they have based on those projects. So some of these movements that you will see are with economic development, quality of life, and fire and police. Now, I do note there with fire and police, you'll see on the next slide coming up, that's another change that we did. We wanted to show a little bit more of consistency with our public safety infrastructure, and police and fire agreed to come as one under the CIP to show that, because a lot of the other reporting that we have deals back to public safety. This is a good way to tie it back to the CIP to show that this does include both fire and police instead of having two separate items on the CIP. Next, please. That you can see as an example here within a page of the CIP that goes through all the different portions of it, and it does show both fire and police there. Next, please. Here you will see what the final product will look like. This is the first page. It does show the rankings of those projects. Those are, again, just the projects that were ranked within Public Works. As you go out throughout the document, you will see the others that were listed. But another change we have made is we're placing appendices in the CIP, which will extract this information, and you'll see here on the next slide. Here, what you have are only the newly funded projects, and this will be in Appendix A of the document. As you can see, it shows those projects that were newly funded for FY21 or proposed to be based on availability of budget as we went through those portions of the committee to rank the projects. The other improvement that we've enhanced on the CIP and in the next appendices, Appendix B, will be a total for all the project types and all the departments that are listed there. So it's a quick reference, a quick guide, instead of having to go back into the weeds and getting a lot of detail. This is a quick reference to get updated on where we're at with those fundings as we move forward. Next, please. Now, what I'll do is I'll go over those newly funded projects proposed for FY21. Again, this was done by a committee of department directors throughout the city, and it did identify, as we went through and ranked them, it put them in order as the committee agreed, and if there weren't funding available for it, they were replaced by something else. So what we'll do is we'll go over those 9 and then we'll go ahead and I'll stand for any questions you may have. So as part of our first ranked project that you've probably seen in the other slides before is going to be the police department evidence building. If you recall from the matrix, this did get a score of 52, which ranked high. You did notice that there is the scope of work and the details, but this is a project that PD needs immensely, because right now they're storing their evidence in something that needs to be updated and kept in proper condition as they move through using that evidence on trial or for whatever purposes they may need, which again will keep the integrity of that evidence. The second project that you will see ranked is going to be the wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation. That one there did receive a score of 56. Again, I want to point out that by committee and available funding, you may see that some scores are higher than the others, but as a committee, we came together and said these are some of the things that are more important to departments and the overall citizens of Las Cruces. For our third project, or our third ranked project, will be the Madrid Avenue extension. That one did receive a score of 47, and it is to construct, as David Maestas had mentioned prior to, a full reconstruction going from the end of Marta and Anita to Trevis, which will provide a lot of things, but more importantly, be able to give it a complete street look as part of our CIP. Our next project, as we move along, it will be Midway Avenue. This one did receive a score of 45, and as you can see, Midway is currently a dirt road with hardly any infrastructure. So what we're doing is improving that to make sure that we can have that connectivity and a full street design as we go through to improve these areas. Next one, please. Here's another project with the Solar Ridge. It did receive a score of 52. And this primarily will be used to upgrade the water lines and pavement on Solar Ridge between Moores and Sunridge. These have been identified as infrastructure that will need to be replaced. Next, please. Here we have the Mesquite Tornillo drainage improvements. As most council can recall, this was brought up as part of the bond cycle last week for the flood bond cycle. It did receive that score of 40. And again, this is to analyze and mitigate those flooding issues that we have within the neighborhood. This project was also mentioned prior to, I believe, David Maestas at the onset when he was talking about the CIP. This is the refuse and recycling buffer program. Again, this is to enclose those areas and provide both that safety and aesthetics that we're looking for. In particular, this is actually going to put us into compliance with section 38-61 of the municipal code as amended. Next, please. Next, please, Leanne. Back just one more. Again, this one was also mentioned earlier. This is for those safety and aesthetics looks as we go through to enclose these areas for our generators at different sites throughout the city, especially our older facilities. And lastly, what we have is the next one, please. Thank you, Leanne. Is the lighting upgrades to the city council chambers. There again, the improvements to chambers will help with those broadcasting and streaming portions of council as we go through. As Comcast switches over to a high definition here in the near future, that'll help us have that ability to show and basically correct some of that distortion that currently happens through those. And with that, we'll go ahead and take any questions. Again, Mayor, Council, my apologies for the problems we had technically with the presentation, but we'll go ahead and stand for questions now.
Thanks, David. Wow, no questions. Okay, entertain a motion to adjourn then. Councilor Bencomo?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Where's my?
Oh, me too.
No, I got Councilor Bencomo and Abeta Stuvey.
And me.
And there you go, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Councilor Bencomo, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to our three presenters very much for all that information. Honestly, I mostly have questions just so that I can better understand the process as a new counselor. I know that this whole process is much longer than just this meeting, and so much like the legislative priorities, I'm looking forward to being involved in this process for much differently for next year. As I was reading the budget book yesterday, I just have a couple questions that I hope, Leanne, you can answer for me. But one of my, I don't know if we're allowed to make requests, but I'm gonna make one. I think that there's a strong need for a full-time translator / interpreter at the city for all departments, not just PIO, but any communication that needs to go out to Las Cruces, perhaps under the PIO office, but I do think that a translator would be a good addition to the team at the city. Given the grim presentation we just had prior to this, are we considering moving forward with the vehicle replacements, particularly for police department? Understanding that public safety is a priority, and 19 vehicles are also a lot of vehicles. So is that conversation being had with both utilities and the police department, since they were the ones with the largest number of vehicle?
Counselor, just and I'll let the staff jump in, but keep in mind this was the pre-COVID-19, so there's a lot in there that may not be able to. It all depends on how we're doing as far as our GRTs coming in. So I think a lot of it can be going back with another review to see if it's really necessary, and if there's some that could be put off. Because I'm just telling you, the budget, we're going to have to start looking for cuts, and so obviously if those 19 vehicles, if 5 are really needing to be replaced, then maybe those will just be the ones, and then the remaining 14 get put off to the side. I don't know. We'll have to have David's probably going to have staff re-evaluate everything and come back with some suggestions to us. I'm just guessing.
Mayor, if I could jump in,
Sure.
I can add to that. As you mentioned in your discussion with Larry Haran earlier about different ideas and different recommendations for cuts, the first place that we looked at was with the current list of vacancies that we have. We've already put a process in place. I won't call it a policy yet because we didn't approve it as part of the city manager policy, but it is a directive from the city manager right now. And what we are doing is, for any vacancy that comes through, departments ask for it to be filled, it will go through a committee approach, and that committee will review whether it's something that is critical to the organization to have put in place. Mayor, you gave examples such as if it's an electrician in community development, well then yes, that one will probably end up going through because we need to make sure that we're getting those permits completed. But if it's another area where we have pulled back operations based on the public health emergency and our limited services in that area, then we will hold off on that hiring. So immediately we'll start to see some of the savings that we can offset this public health emergency for. And then as we move forward further and we start to find out how much longer this is going to last and what the projections look like, our next level would be to do the same thing with the vehicle acquisition fund. As a request for purchase comes in, it will be reviewed. If it is a critical emergency service item, well, then it may have to go through. But if it's one that we can hold off on with the existing vehicles we have in place, then we will hold off on that. I hope that helps answer your question, Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And then Leanne, can you help me understand the under city, page 63, I think is where I saw under council, there's a capital expense line. What is that?
Mayor, Councilor, yes. I was getting to page 63. So you're looking under council, you're looking under the CMO's office?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So when we list capital, this is not capital that is like the CIP. This is capital that's over like $1,000. So you may go out and need to buy a computer. And this computer, let's say it costs $1,200. So that's a major equipment. Major equipment is considered capital. So they're requesting capital of, well, for 21, they're not proposing any capital under community relations or fiscal. Actually, I don't think anybody's requesting any capital for next fiscal year out of the CMO's office, but that's what that capital is. It's for anything that's over $1,000 that lasts longer than a year, but is not on the CIP. Does that answer your questions, Councilor?
Yes, absolutely. And then, Leanne, you said that from the increase from last year was 0.03%, right?
From for the general fund?
Yes.
Yes, 0.3%. Yes.
Oh, 0.3%. Okay.
Right. It's about $400,000. And by the way, Councilor, that does include all the new positions that were in the I showed you in the slide presentation. So I think there's 17 new positions that are being asked out of the general fund.
Okay, great. That's it for now. I just had a couple clarifying questions. I really want to thank Leanne because she's met with Councilor Baker-Stuvey and I to discuss this whole process, and she's brilliant, and I think we're really lucky to have her.
Thank you so much, Councilor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Next is Councilor Baker-Stuvey.
Thank you. And thank you to all the presenters. It's a lot of information. It's very detailed. And Leanne, thank you as well for meeting with Councilor Bencomo and I before this to make sure that we had the time to ask a lot of those detailed questions as well. I did have a question, and it might be for Chief Gallagher, and it is about fleet. One of the in the cars. One of the issues that I saw when I was doing my ride-alongs was that they did have quite a number of those older vehicles, some of which they said had over 100,000 miles on them, and some that were being used that shouldn't be on the road. I mean, I said the story before, but there was a vehicle that would stop on right turns, and the officer would have to restart the car. And so that is definitely a huge public safety need. So I'm wondering if they've done anything with those vehicles, if they have a catalog of how many vehicles they have on hand, and then what those mileages are, and then how many are in that, severe service category. That would also, I think, help figuring out what types of needs they have that are those dire situations. So I don't know if Chief has any sort of.
Hi, Council. This is Chief Gallagher. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So yes, we have a very good handle on our fleet, even more so recently because we hired someone just to kind of be our liaison with the city's fleet office, and he is a new position we created by combining another position. So we didn't add to our positions, we kind of cut down on one position elsewhere, and we created this position. So he's putting together, he has a very good listing and a good feel for the number of vehicles in our fleet, how old they are, how many miles they have on them. I can tell you, when I first got here, one of the things I noticed was city of Las Cruces needs to do a better job, like most cities do, with planning the replacement of police vehicles, because there's been some years I found out in a row where there was no police vehicles replaced, and so that puts you then in a hole and you're behind. Now you're constantly trying to catch up, and that's the position the city now finds itself in. We've been working with Leanne on that. There was some discussions about maybe some creative financing to do a really big purchase one time to put us back on the right track. Of course, current events are going to have an impact on that. I can tell you just from my days as chief in Santa Fe, we had a plan, a vehicle replacement plan. We would go to city council with it. They weren't crazy about it, but every year we spent $1.3 million a year to replace police vehicles. It was kind of a sunk cost, but we would go to them with, here's the vehicle, here's the picture of it, here's the mileage, here's the expected life, here's how old it is. Something has to be done eventually. You know, I think I've told you in private, some of our vehicles are older than some of our offices. So that's obviously a problem when it comes to public safety. Not many of them. I say that just as an exaggeration. We also have bought years ago a particular type of vehicle. I'm not going to besmirch a company in public, but that vehicle many police departments have moved away from because they're having a lot of problems. It's really not suited to be a police vehicle. And we're cycling those out as well and sticking with the current purchase of Ford Interceptors. So yeah, we are aware of it. We appreciate you bringing it up, you and Councilor Bencomo. The officers definitely would like to have the implementation of that vehicle replacement program if and when it's possible, because just comparing the fleet here with the one I had when I was in Santa Fe, at least half of the fleet here would not be eligible to be on patrol in Santa Fe because of the standards we had. So, you know, current situation aside, I'm sure we would have been working forward to that. What's going to happen now, we don't know. We're frankly in a position where some of the vehicles, the Crown Victorias, are still being on the road, basically because the fleet guys are so good at creating Frankenstein monsters. They take a transmission from one and an engine from another, and they create a whole new car. That's not going to last forever.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. My next question that I have is just asking a little bit more about the cost savings that you had on personnel. I'm trying to find the budget, but it had about a $5 million savings for that. I don't know if Leanne, you can explain that a little bit more to me. And
Mayor, Councilor Stubbe, this is Leanne. So about 3 years ago, the city management decided that we would put in open savings into the budget. We started that. The very first year was about 4.5 million. And we had, so when we talk about open savings, what we're talking about is, you know, through the years, we have people that may decide to retire, or they find a job somewhere else, or they move. These positions may be not filled for several months, let's say. So that is considered open savings. It's like vacancy savings. And so throughout the year, we keep tabs on what this savings is by the how many positions are vacant at that time. We're not saying that you can't fill these positions. I want to put that out there. We're just closely monitoring what that savings is. And so for that first year, we wanted a 4.5 million open savings, and we met that. And actually, our open savings was about 5.4 million. So I felt that 5 million for this year was quite reasonable. Especially, unfortunately, with what we're going through right now. We do monitor that by payroll. Every payroll, we go and monitor that. So that way, if it doesn't look like we're going to meet it, we start talking to city management about, what is it that we need to do because we need to meet that. I will also tell you throughout the years, this is only my 3rd year of being in the budget office. So I'm telling you that management is, that the departments are going to spend about $95 million. I will tell you that we never really meet that number. Every year we probably, if we spend maybe about 85 or 88 or close to 90 million a year, then, I feel really good about that. But, we put our expenditures out there, rather large, so that way we have a larger spending power. But sometimes, projects don't get done as fast as we want, and things like that happen. But I feel, I feel that with this open salary savings, it just sort of lowers those expenditures and makes us like true to our numbers. Hopefully that helps you.
We can't hear you, Council.
A little bit of follow-up for that. I don't think, probably doesn't count with the current situation going on, because we do have some decreased service. Later on, has there been any studies or looking about, yes, we are saving by not filling those positions, but kind of the cost of service if we're decreased on any service because we are not having those positions filled? Has there been any sort of look at that?
Mayor, Councilor Stuvey, this is Leanne Demush again. Not that I'm aware of with the city. I know there's probably some research out there that we can go and retrieve that from. What I can do is maybe work with our HR director, Joe Richards, to maybe start looking at that. I know it's one of the things that's on our to-do list. But yeah, it is something that we have discussed and to talk about. But I think that's something more that might be in the realm of the HR department. I don't know if Joe is online. Maybe she might want to chime in on that.
I don't see her, Leanne.
Good afternoon, Council.
He's there.
Can you hear me?
He's there. Yes. Yes.
This is Joe Richards, HR Director. Yes, and with this event, we are actually looking at a review of positions, and we'll be determining whether or not there will be an impact with the budget. For future resources, I think that we can move in that direction as well.
Thank you. I'm all for saving and I just want to make sure that we're not sacrificing our quality service by doing so. And, there are a few departments, not with any fault of their own, that haven't been able to fill positions just because they're on demand, but we know that our service is sacrificed because of that. And so I think that the balance has to be, but I think it's something that we should look at in the future. Given the current situations, of course, there are going to be issues that we have to look at, but just something for the future.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flores, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, can you all see this? There it is. So I want to thank Carla Walton for that beautiful work of art. And it looks like it would make a beautiful mural somewhere in the city. The city art board is probably, cringing right now because their definition of public art is quite different, perhaps.
It is a mural.
It is a mural, isn't it?
The library.
Oh, it's at the library? Oh, okay, I hadn't seen it. I'm sorry. But anyway, I think it's beautiful that it was put in our budget. So anyway, thank you, Carla, anyway. But so as far as I have a question my questions are for Leanne or anybody who knows. So there was, I think, somewhere around, I don't know what page it was on, but you indicated that Quality of Life wanted to change some of their programs and that they wanted to reorganize. Do you know exactly what that reorganization would be?
Mayor, City Council, this is Lynn Gallagher, the Director for Quality of Life. I can address that question. So during the strategic business planning for the City of Las Cruces for the Quality of Life Department, there were a number of different strategies identified, and public art was one of the areas that the city really wanted to focus on. For the current strategic business plan, public art is located within the museum system. And so one of the changes that we have set forward is to move the public art program into the director's office so that we can best address those issues directly at the director's level. The next is to just align the museum system accordingly based on that particular move. And then the next thing that we did as part of our strategic business planning overview, as we've been doing this now for a year, is we've realized that we realized that what we did is we did not have, and also in the museum system, a collections department identified. While the city of Las Cruces has a very robust art collection in its museum system process, we did not adequately identify that so that we could A, fund it through the budget process and ensure that we had sufficient strategic planning to meet those goals as the city identified.
So when you're talking, thank you, Ms. Gallagher. So the art collection you're talking about, are you talking about cataloging that, or what exactly does that all mean?
Mayor, City Council, yes, so part of it will include cataloging it. We did receive a grant, the loose grant. We did receive that a while ago that has started that process. But along with that, we've realized that we receive a lot of requests online for information regarding our collections. And we also have a very, very large collection in the city that is not being held per museum standards that we are adequately storing. Right. We're just not storing it to museum standards. And so by breaking it out and creating its own strategic performance measures and adequately aligning it with our performance-based budgeting, we will be in a better place to report that to the city leadership and then to be able to improve in those areas in alignment with approved museum practices.
So Ms. Gallagher, in terms of bringing the art collection up to the standard of care by museums, that would require probably maybe restoration and a lot of cleaning, the cleaning that's done with a little Q-tip. So that would probably require more personnel. So is that included in that proposed contemplated change?
Mayor and City Council, this first step is important to just identify what performance measures and what work is required for the current collection and then for other collections as they get added. As you know, there was a work session, several work sessions to add different types of collections to this. And before we can adequately say that we can accept more collections into the museum system, we have to be able to have a strategic performance objectives to identify that. And then we will look at what staffing that we need in order to make that a better process.
Okay. So all of this right now is still, these are just the initial steps that are being taken to conserve some of that collection, which is, I think, I've heard it's neither here nor, I mean, it's not really stored in one place, and some people can't even identify, exactly where it might be. Is that part of the process that you're going to be facing?
Mayor, City Council, the objective is to make sure that we focus on each piece in the collection and its unique attributes, what is needed to maintain it in museum quality standards, and then to set forward a process by which we would bring to city leadership the mechanisms, the cost, the staffing that would help improve that for the city.
Okay. My question, Ms. Gallagher, thank you, but my question was directed more at identifying the location of this collection. Is it located in one place, or is it here and there and everywhere?
Mayor, City Council, sorry, Councilor Flores, the museum collection, there are pieces that are in each of the museums that we have. There are also a number of pieces that are stored in a location that is not adequate for storing such rare and parts of our history, but they are in one or a few places.
Okay, yet to be identified, perhaps.
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gallagher. And my next question is for Leanne. Leanne, when I was reading through this beautifully prepared budget packet that we received, I read through the introduction, the beautiful introduction. Thank you, Mr. Maestas. And I came across the section on enterprises. Excuse me. And excuse me. So I came across okay, there you go. And that's at page 9. And the enterprise funds are funds that are provided that provide goods and services to the public for a fee that attempts. So attempts, and I circled that and highlighted that. Make the entity self-supporting. This fund includes funds for utilities, Rio Grande Theater, and transit. So I know that the mayor has, and Dr. Garcia has made it clear that the utilities enterprise fund is actually, it raises its own revenue. It's an enterprise. So comparing that to what the Rio Grande Theater is, my question is, how is the El Rio Grande Theater different than the utilities enterprise? And at page 11, in the first part upper corner of that page, just opposite the pie there, there's a sentence there, the third full sentence, that states transfers to other funds are used to support airport operations, Rio Grande Theater, MRVDA, Metro Narcotics, and Animal Service and Fleet Services. So if the Rio Grande Theater is an enterprise, well, first of all, how is it different than the utilities enterprise? And if it's an enterprise, isn't it self-sufficient and actually generates its own type of budget or funds? And why would funds be being paid, or excuse me, transferred to that enterprise? So I'm just curious about that.
So Mayor, Councilor Flores, excellent question. Excellent. Actually, during the budget process, one of the Adrian's been getting after me for not starting my video. So one of the things that we talked about was in depth was the Rio Grande Theater, because it is being supplemented by the general fund. I think what happened was, of course, this was before I came into the budget office. The Rio Grande Theater had been set up as an enterprise with the intention that they would be, people would come and pay for tickets. They would have concessions, sales, and that all of it would, the Rio Grande Theater would become self-sufficient. So they put it into the fives, you know, for fund accounting, they put it into the fives, which is an enterprise fund. However, we are noticing over the last couple of years that it is not self-sufficient, just like utilities is, and that we are in the process of moving the Rio Grande Theater into the general fund. That has been, well, I say we're in the process, we're in the development process and the discussion process of this. And so, the other, when I say that they attempt to be, I also am talking about transit as well. Transit has also been, when it was established, was put into the enterprise fund as well. However, you know, a third or half of the transit funds comes from a grant, and the city matches that grant. So there's also been other discussion about what fund possibly the transit needs to be in as well. And I think this is a discussion where we need to bring management to the table, but we also need to bring finance to the table as well to discuss that. So you are absolutely correct, great find, but it is in the process, and we are talking about it right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Leanne. I really appreciate that explanation. I just, you know, just curious, it didn't jive. Well, it does. Now, so how long do you think you have to talk to who, Mr. Maestas or the management, insofar as getting all of this back in line?
Yes, Councilor Mayor Flores. I think it's a discussion that we need to set up. Hopefully, maybe it's something that we might try to, you know, discuss before we bring the actual budget resolution, which is on May the, I want to say May the 18th. However, if not, we would be bringing that to council as a separate resolution, I'm sure. You know, I'm not quite sure how long the Rio Grande Theater has been in the enterprise funds. But however, there's been quite a bit of discussion about moving them into the general fund. So that was a great find on you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Leanne. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, Councilor Vasquez, and then Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Leanne and David, and both Davids for the presentation. I know, and all the directors, I know there was a lot of work put into this. And I'm echoing some of the comments that Councilor Abetasubi has posed, in that I think the cost savings are great to have, and we get that a lot. We get quite a bit through our vacancies, and so my question is around how many vacancies do we have? Those are all, for me, really important as part of this process, because I have often kind of heard that well, it depends on who you talk to, right? That we have vacancies, you know, for cost savings, but meanwhile, and no fault of the departments, but there are some departments that are struggling because of those vacancies. And so I've often wondered, and I'm happy to see that HR is getting an HR specialist, because I get the feeling that some of the issues, or maybe the difficulty in hiring, is there's a bottleneck that occurs around HR. And so I want to make sure that that we have enough people to process all of the requests for workers and background checks and those kinds of things, so that we can ensure that, you know, things are timely you know, I have often have said I've come from state government, and much of our of that work happens in Santa Fe, and so I think we're incredibly blessed, and I'm grateful to have our HR here. And so I often think things should happen very rapidly, and so I would like to see, you know, how many vacancies do we have? Where are they at? Would be for me important. And then my other is on community development. I've had several conversations with our director, as Mr. Nichols, around making sure that our Mil Gracias room and that we have enough inspectors. So I noticed that there is not only an associate engineer, but a combo inspector. What is that?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor Gondra. This is Larry Nichols, Community Development. What we're attempting to achieve there is we find that we have, our inspectors have certain specifications and certifications that are authorized by the Industries Division in Santa Fe. They may be a residential inspector. And so they go, and when we get a request for an inspection, they will go and inspect the framing or the foundation, but they're not certified to inspect the electrical or the plumbing or the mechanical. And so the effort there would be able to get an inspector who had multiple or a combination of certifications, that with one visit they could cover multiple inspections. We would be more efficient with that, and it would also help service our customers to a greater degree.
Great. So, Larry, and our and the number of times that we've met, there have been a waiting list, if you will, in terms of the number of inspections, and then the issue of what we pay our inspectors versus the public sector. And so I did make the connection in terms of would these inspectors be paid accordingly to be able to recruit and retain them. And secondly, I think we spoke of increasing salaries of your other inspectors to make sure that we keep them so that we can ensure that we're doing timely inspections. Is that something that has been figured out in any increase that you might see in community development?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Pro Tem Gondra, we have achieved that. What we found when we were short an electrical inspector, that caused quite a bit of a backlog for us and created a lot of calls to councilors and to the mayor about addressing that. We had gone through 14 candidates for an electrical inspector, and we would get down to getting them qualified and achieve the process for hiring. And we get to the negotiation for the salary, and we would find that they would say, well, I can make much more than that in the private sector right now, and so I'll be passing your offer. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
The recruitment again. We were able to overcome that, and we were able to have them recognize the benefits as well as the salary. That was helpful, and we did hire an electrical inspector about 2 months ago. But in doing so and achieving the salary that would be available for him to come to work, it did create an equity issue with a couple of our other inspectors.
Sure.
We were able to have movement there that brought everyone into an equitable position, and And we have a full staff of inspectors now. But as everyone knows, the last 2 years, and particularly even this year, even with the COVID condition pandemic, the construction activity is still in a growth posture. That would be the reason for asking for that additional inspector, the combination inspector. We are current with all of our inspections now. I'm pleased to tell you that we have addressed the backlog that we had, and we're current on permit applications, plan reviews, inspections, and as well as the enforcement issues.
Okay, that's great. Now, did I see, Mr. Nichols, that this is contingent upon possibly raising the impact fee?
Mayor and Pro Tem, that is correct. When we mentioned that we needed to fill these positions and to bring them into their ability to do that, it was mentioned to us, well, you need to find a way to increase the fees. I have been wanting to increase fees from the time I came here because they had not been addressed for over 17 years. And that was putting us quite a bit behind on being able to help meet the expense of that. So we increased the residential fees last year. And then we went to work this year with the budget department with Lee to help us with that. And that was for commercial fees and the trade fees. The trade fees being mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and those fees. We have that proposal that we'll be bringing to the council for review and adoption. With that, it will give us the means of addressing the staffing conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nichols. Thank you. My next question is for Parks and Rec. I noticed the caseworker. I wasn't sure what credentials you were looking for, what kind of person that might look like. I don't see the director for Parks and Rec, Sonia. So I want to, and maybe Leanne or somebody, do you know what that?
Mayor Pro Tem, can I interrupt for a second? It looks like David Dollahan and Joe Richards wanted to speak real quick on maybe perhaps some of your questions. David?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondar, I was going to go back to your other question that Mr. Nichols answered. It wasn't the impact fees. You had used the word impact fees. It's the actual building and construction fees. And Ms. Delgado is unavailable this afternoon on the parks question. We do have current case managers within the city organization, both for senior programs and for, I believe, Parks and Rec. Ms. Richards may have an answer to those specifics, but if not, we will get you an answer to the entire council on those credentials.
Thanks, David. Joe, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, councilors. With respect to the number of vacancies, I can tell you right now we are recruiting for 107 positions. Those are active recruitments. There may be some other vacancies that have yet to be posted, but that's where we are right now, and I can certainly get you more specifics with regard to where those are and the individual positions. I don't have specific information on the case management position at this time.
Thanks, okay. Joe. And one more, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, David Maestas.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem, I wanted to just clarify on Larry's description of having been able to hire the electrical engineer with respect to the salaries itself. When we do have questions from people on salary and they do ask for more, we're looking at it from two aspects. One, we're trying to make sure that they understand that typically from the private side, you can always make more money than what you can on an hourly rate in the city, but the city also has a benefit package to add to that. And sometimes people don't understand that they're only looking at their take-home pay. So we try to equate the benefit package with their entire question so that they realize they are actually putting money away for their retirement while they're working, and there is a significant benefit to that. The other thing that we do, if we do find out that there is a discrepancy, our human resources staff does do a market analysis, and they do a comparison with similar jobs, both private and public. And within that category, they'll take a look at the comparison again for what the private take-home rate is as opposed to the public, and then they analyze the benefits along with that as well. And I think that helped out quite a bit more in Larry's case in community development. They were able to impart upon the people that were applying for the jobs that you do have more than just your hourly salary that you can take home with you. I hope that helps explain that, how he worked through that with his electrical inspectors. Thank you.
No, I understand that. And as an administrator, I understand that that does occur, but sometimes that hasn't in the past, in those current conversations that I've had with Mr. Nichols, that didn't help. You're losing people left and right to the private sector. And so, Mayor and I have sat with Mr. Nichols to have specific discussions on specific issues with a business person. And that has truly been an issue. And so over the past month and a half, I've heard from the Home Builders Association and others how behind we are, how we don't pay similarly, obviously, to the private sector, but getting close to that and offering, a nice benefit package would be helpful. I understand all of that. I just want us to really, and I know that you are, looking at creative ways that we can continue to recruit and retain our people, especially around that, given that most of our GRT comes from construction. I appreciate it. My questions are around the case manager. I realize we do have case managers in the city of Las Cruces, specifically in senior services. I wasn't sure what kind of credentialing they were looking at Parks and Rec. But I also think it's important, if I remember correctly, their strategic plan and ensuring that high-risk kids are getting the necessary programming and services and those kinds of things. And I wasn't sure if there was an infrastructure in place at Parks and Recs to be able to do that. And I was a bit worried about the supervision that is necessary for a case manager, if you will, especially when you're working with high-risk kids. Okay. I'm moving right along. Let's see. I have a lot of, on page 80, we talked about the project identification and prioritization process. And I know that there was a panel of individuals that get to look at which major capital expenditures are going to be sort of a priority, and there's a process. And I just wanted to remind me again about who sits on that panel and how are those decisions being made. I know you have sort of a criteria of sorts, and I just remind me again about what that looks like specifically.
Mayor Pro Tem David Maestas. The panel members are made up of department directors as well as their key staff who work on their capital improvement projects in their areas. And what we do in those meetings is we take all of the projects that have been prioritized previously. That's that matrix prioritization where you get the numbers for those type of projects. And from there, that group will help determine from a city standpoint, looking at city strategic plans and department strategic business plans, which priority projects they think rate the highest to lowest from a city standpoint rather than just from a department view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. I appreciate that. I wanted to talk a little bit about the first one, the evidence building. And at one time when I first was elected, I don't know, I don't remember that it was an evidence building per se, but I knew that we were looking at the issue of the rate kits that hadn't been processed, and a lot of like a lab, if you will, I guess is what I think, if I remember correctly, we were looking at a lab. Now, is this what this is a part of, or is just solely to house evidence over time till you can get it to a certain location? I guess I'm not clear.
This is Chief Gallagher, Mayor Pro Tem. It's for all evidence, and not just evidence, it's also for found property that comes into our possession. The current building that we're in, that I'm in right now, was built 30 some odd years ago for a much smaller population. So our evidence room was built for that population as well. We've outgrown it. So this is basically needed to increase the capacity of what we can store to basically allow us to have successful criminal prosecutions and to hold on to property until people come and return it, or eventually we can dispose of it if we're given permission by the courts. We really are bursting at the seams.
Okay. Now, Chief, is this in conjunction with the specific lab that I thought at one point people at LCBD, of course it was before your time, but I thought that there was a huge need for that, and it had been sort of batted around, and we've had some robust conversations about that.
Yes, there was, my understanding, and there still is a need because the primary lab is in Santa Fe. We do have a lab here that does mostly analysis of narcotic evidence. The problem is, somewhat similar to the crisis triage center. We could build it, the state would build it, but the Department of Public Safety, who operates that lab, has maintained that you're not going to get the people. I've been asked to put my video on. You're not going to get the people to staff it here, unfortunately. Kind of similar to the conversation you just had. The Department of Public Safety trains a lot of people to be to work in the labs and be technicians in the labs, and they move on to Arizona and Colorado and Texas when they do that. So that conversation has kind of ended until we can figure out a way to appropriately staff the lab, not just to build it.
I do know, because I've had several colleagues or former colleagues of mine since retired worked in the lab here locally, and I think what was happening is just there wasn't any political will. They would freeze the positions. When people retired, they didn't rehire, hire people into those positions, and slowly it became almost a vacant building. I'm not sure what it's like currently, but I'd love to resurrect those conversations as we begin to talk about this evidence building. It would just make sense in my mind, but again, I'm not a law enforcement officer, so
it could help to have it
heavily on you.
for sure. As far as cutting down on our need to transport and go up to Santa Fe every week, that would help.
Yeah,
right now,
absolutely.
We have room to store it. We'd be willing to have a conversation and maybe get the legislators to agree. But we first have to address the problem of where we're going to put the stuff we keep bringing in every day.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. I think that's it, Mayor. I appreciate everybody. I would agree with Councilor Bencomo around the translator, a full-time translator. I think that would be, and I've talked about that for several years. It's something I'm happy to see that we are moving into updating our chambers so that we have a more, robust sort of live streaming and the ability for people to really able to participate in our meetings remotely. And I think that's it would be a great benefit to our community for us to really do that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's see, we have Councilor Vasquez and then Councilor Sorg, and then Councillor Flores, were you wanting to speak again down the road, or did you just forget to put your hand down?
No, I do want to say something.
Oh, okay. And then David, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, Mayor, sorry to jump in at this point. I didn't get a chance when Councilor Bencomo brought it up, but to answer for Councilor Bencomo and Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, we are looking into and have had some discussions on working on a translator service. Right now, we were looking at doing that through contract. We would hire a company to help us out so we could determine what the actual need would be. If we find out that the need is enough to support a full-time staff, then yes, we could be coming back to council later on with a position for a full-time staff person in the city of Las Cruces. But for now, we want to start off, if council is amenable to that, under contract, and we would have somebody that's available to translate with any of the releases or any of our meetings that we have available. They would help us instantly. And then once we determine that we do need somebody full-time, then we would come back with that proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor, I've got Councillor Vasquez Sorgan.
I just quickly want to address that translator-interpreter issue. And I'm glad the city's looking into it. I agree completely. But a translator is totally different than an interpreter. So an interpreter is a spoken word, translator is a written word, and the twain shall never meet. An interpreter, especially a simultaneous interpreter, the brain is just made up quite differently than someone who looks at the written word. So I just want to, since Mr. Meneses mentioned that they're looking at some service to do either, I don't know, he said translating. I just want you all to keep that in mind, because translators can't do the work of an interpreter and vice versa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vasquez.
Councilor Flores, I disagree. I know people that can do both very well.
If you're going to have a translator or an interpreter for a city council, stuff, no, it doesn't work. For example, in court, we'd have a Spanish interpreter. One got fired during the O.J. Simpson trial because the woman interpreted rancho in the context that it was used by the Spanish speaker. She was talking about someone's home. And based on that, Judge Ito fired her immediately. And I know that city council meetings are very, very specific as to the words that are being used. And with all due respect, Councilor Bencomo, there is a big difference and people have to be certified. So I can interpret and I can translate, but people have to be certified in both. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Vasquez, and then Councilor Sorg, and then Councilor Flores. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for asking a lot of great questions. Had some similar questions to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. In particular, concerns regarding the inspection process. Listening to people talk about minor fixes that need to be made to get their commercial inspections approved that often get delayed by a month or 2 months because the minor changes that they have to make can't be accommodated for a return inspection for up to a month or two, and significantly impacts small business people's ability to open, within a timeline that actually lets them recoup their investment or their loans. And so that's really important. I think there are some really hard to fill positions in the city that I think I would really support us being competitive with the private market in, especially when it comes to those positions being critical to getting a return on investment. In this case, GRT, which is one of the most important returns that we can get. And so, I think we have to adjust to that. I think we have to be reactive to that. I've heard since I've gotten here 2.5 years ago that the process has not gotten better, that inspections are still delayed, that folks are still waiting much too long. Mr. Bustos from our Economic Development Office, I think, tries his best to try to work with local business owners and try to help folks walk through this process, but that's not enough. The fundamental problem is that, from what I understand, we don't have enough inspectors to be able to timely get to people who need to get certified. So that's really important. I would definitely support us being as competitive with the private market in those particular positions. They're so important. And similarly for any other positions that we're having trouble filling but are critical to the city, we shouldn't just go for, you know, how low can we pay folks, or what's the market value, because we're always going to get outbid by the private sector. So that's just my opinion, especially on those either hard to fill positions or those positions that often that have a lot of turnover because people get courted to private industry. So a couple other things here on the budget that I am glad to see. The Madrid Avenue extension, I think, is a really important project that I'm happy that we're doing. I think both my district and Councilor Gandara's district are impacted by this, but it's also part of the larger AMDOR, the Apodaca Blueprint project, right? To have that connectivity between Villamor Dam Park in the future and Apodaca Park, you're going to need a pedestrian walkway, and currently there is none. And so this sets up literally the infrastructure for that connectivity. It allows us to leverage the capital outlay funds for the Villamor Dam project, so that we actually have a kind of a boundary or a buffer between the future park that's going to go there. And so I'm glad we're talking about that now, in addition to also the safety issues, because you know, it's a very narrow, windy street that often you know, it's hard to see there with no lighting, and also it's very narrow, but it's very used. It's heavily used by people to get across town. So glad to see that there. Parks and Rec youth coordinators, I think I saw at least three full-time positions for that. Won't ask any questions related to that, but I'm glad that that's happening. Glad that we're staffing up. I'm not sure if we're filling empty positions or we are adding positions, but regardless, last year I think I pushed for an increase in the Parks and Rec budget specifically for after-school programs and to serve youth. And it sounds like with these 3 new positions, we'll be able to hopefully add programming and accommodate those youth who need those services. So, so thanks. I'm glad to see that in there. Closed captioning in Spanish at city council meetings is long overdue. You know, for a city with as many Spanish speakers as we have, a bilingual state, the largest, you know, Hispanic per capita state in the country, you know, we needed to have this a long time ago if we really want to communicate and serve our population in an efficient and fair way. So fully support this happening. I did have just 2 quick questions. One is around the lighting, the lighting improvements for the council. I was wondering how much that project is going to cost, and just the justification for that again.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. I'm taking a look at that project in the CIP to get you a value as I go through. I don't have that off the top of my head. If you'd like to wait, I can get that for you now, or if you want, go ahead and ask your other question, then we can go ahead and either email you that information and all to council.
Okay. I see Mr. Simons has popped up there.
So the project was slated for $40,000 to update the chamber lighting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Simons. That, you know, that doesn't sound like a very high cost, I guess, in terms of just the intense capital projects that we have in other places in our budget. So that sounds okay to me, right? I think it's for in terms of being able to better see people through the telecast or something like that. I thought it was a little superfluous, to be honest, but if it's actually to communicate better with the public, then I would support it. So thank you for that. And then the last question I had was actually around the peak budgeting or the performance budgeting that we do now. When former city manager Stuart Eade came to his position and instituted the peak performance program, I will add at a very high cost to the city. Those consultants that we hired were not cheap, and to be honest, ever since Mr. Eid left, I really haven't heard too much about the whole peak performance initiative. I don't know if it's fallen to the wayside. I don't know if it's been implemented according to Mr. Eid's vision. I don't know if somebody else has picked up that ball or if there's a hybrid of kind of what we're doing with peak performance. In the future, I would like to see like a city council work session to get an update on peak performance and where we want to go with peak performance. But for now, in terms of the budgeting piece of this, Ms. Demouche, you mentioned the performance-based budgeting being the model for how we put this budget together, which I think is now the second year that we've kind of budgeted differently according to outcomes. So Ms. Demouche, could you just remind me of kind of the difference of how we're budgeting now? Does it still reflect the peak performance model and you know, how it's working for you?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, great question. It is for budget and also for our performance manager, Amber Vaughn. And if Barbara De Leon wants to chime in on this after possibly I speak as well, I will tell you it has never gone away or has never been lost as far as in budgeting. Like I mentioned earlier, we actually had several budget trainings with the departments. We see in budget that it is a benefit. We greatly do. We are starting to see that. You know, of course, it's like some departments said, you know, how you see the commercial about the little red button on somebody's desk. You know, if we could hit it back then, we would have, you know. But we did reach out to other cities to say, you know, hey, what's some pros, some cons? What do we need to look for? You know, and they told us don't expect miracles overnight, which we haven't. But I have to tell you that they're getting it. And there's some departments that actually a while ago, I have to commend her. You heard our quality of life director, Lynn Gallagher. She is constantly always talking about her strategic plan and how it's integrated within her department. And it's just, we love working with them because they're just driving with the strategic plan and constantly upgrading it and making sure that they're meeting their targets and their goals. And I think Councilor Vasquez, in the long run, we're going to see a lot of efficiencies and the effectiveness in this. And I think it's going to really reflect in our budget. So, we changed our chart of accounts. We went all the way into this peak performance as far as performance-based budgeting. And I don't know if maybe Barbara or David might want to chime in. I see Barbara's hand up and David's as well. But for us, for budget and for the performance manager with Amber Vaughn, I would like to also say our quarterly reports are geared totally around our performance measures as well. So I want you to know it has never gone away. It really hasn't. And I'll pass the mic to Barbara or David.
Well, there you go, David or Barbara.
Go ahead, Barbara. I'll yield to you. And then if there's anything for me to add afterwards, I will go ahead and do that.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. And thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the question. It's always important to understand when we spend so much money to transform ourselves, how are we implementing that? How are we living that? What are we putting into practice? As Leanne said, the budget is, of course, a large piece of that puzzle. We have quarterly reports with the city manager where every department speaks to their results and their performance measures. One of the we have also worked on integration of our performance management and peak performance with our recently approved comprehensive plan. And we are working towards how are we going to report those results. One of the weaknesses we've had over the past year and a half or so has been that the software we originally intended to implement for peak reporting turned out to really not meet our expectations and be what we were looking for, both with respect to our internal reporting of measurements and what we could share with the public. And so our staff and our performance manager, Amber Vaughn, have been hard at work to evaluate tools so that we could not only report on our peak results, but also utilize this for budget reporting, for comprehensive plan reporting, so that we could integrate our plans And we're happy to say we'll be bringing that forward to you at this next council meeting on the 13th. And we're really hoping that that will make everything more apparent, more visible, more transparent for the public as far as these efforts go. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
David, do you have anything you want to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Vasquez, just to summarize, because they both, Leanne and Barbara, spoke very well to that. The departments do take measures, do continue to gather their results, and do report on that in a minimum every quarter. Some of them do it more often per their department, but as I mentioned for that quarter that Ms. De Leon mentioned as well, we do get a report at the city manager's office on their peak performance measures as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you, David. I won't ask, I don't think I have any other questions at this time, but I do just want to thank Leanne and everybody, all the department chairs and everybody who helps put together this budget. I know it's a really huge task, especially identifying the needs within the departments and working on always a very fiscally prudent budget. I think makes us one of the strongest municipalities out there. And so that's, large part due to your work, Leanne or Ms. Demouche, but also to being able to, wisely spend the resources that we have to really make this city, stand out, but also keeping in mind that, we've got some changes to make in the future. If we want to be better than we are now, that we want to step up our level of service to our community, obviously keeping people safe, but also all the investment that we're adding into our parks, into our quality of life programming, hopefully soon into our housing, investing in even partnerships like mental health services, keeping those things in mind in the future in terms of, dialing up the notch a little bit on what we can do with this budget is an important thing for me to also see us trending in that direction. So thank you so much, Leanne. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's see, we have Councilor Sword and then Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all that have spoken already and all good things that have been talked about. I just have a few comments, not so much any questions. I know it's one of the first slides that was shown and talked about how we're not going to have any increases in taxes. I got the impression that staff was the one that decides whether or not we increase in taxes. And it's my understanding, according to the charter, the city council is the one that increases in taxes. So, but the staff can ask us, of course, if that's the case. I never did understand why home prices are part of an economic report that shows some good things. When home prices go up, it just makes it more costly for people to buy homes. And unless their income goes up, it doesn't really help, does it? I noticed in a report that we may lose about $5 million in the next few months. And I was wanting to point out the fact that according to what the presentation said today, we have approximately, well, I should say over $17 million sitting in the bank in reserve. And should we be short 5 million or up to 17 million, I suggest we use that money to keep the city going as is. Cuts shouldn't, what worries me is about if you start cutting the budget and cutting the things that we do, you're not going to help stimulate the economy. And in this time, we need our economy is stimulated for sure. So I'm in favor of using our reserves monies to, that's what they're for. They're there just for a case like this. So that's something I wanted to point out. I know in the whole harmless gross receipts tax, it was mentioned what some of the uses you're transferring money out of there. I just wonder how much of that money is going to go to economic development and to maintenance on our streets. That was the original intent for that gross receipts tax, part of it, not totally. And so I'm going to want to know that. And then finally, it's been talked about several times today about our strategic plan. And I just want to remind everybody that I think it's about time we have an update on our strategic plan. A short, rather brief, or maybe not so brief, retreat on talking about that. When, I don't know, would be best time to do it. Perhaps after a new city manager is hired and so forth. And I'm just going to say to city staff, David Maestas, I would like to have a one-on-one or one-on-four meeting about this budget, because I don't have the budget in front of me right now. And there was a lot of little questions I wanted to ask about it. So that can be arranged later after today. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Just a couple things, Councilor Sorg, before I get to Councilor Flores. First off, the 17 million you're talking about 8 of that is something that's required that we have to have. We really can't be touching that. If you want to touch money, in my opinion, it needs to be.
Hold it. That's reserved for a situation just like this. There's nothing that says we can't keep.
Yeah, it does. We have to
on a
keep
temporary basis.
We have to keep.
Well, let's have legal tell us that.
If Jennifer's there, that's a requirement, Councilor Sorg. We have to keep minimum 1/12. We have been keeping 2/12s. But my opinion would be, we would need, if you want to take money out, is either our hold harmless gross receipts tax or dip into the Telshore fund, either one. But anyways, I just wanted to say that. And one thing I forgot to mention when Councilor Vasquez was there, you bring up some very good points, but I will have to say, and I want to just say this because ever since Larry came on board, and then of course later on Mr. Bustos, I haven't gotten. Oh, I did get one complaint, and I think all of you got the complaint from our downtown partner there. But other than that, I hadn't been getting any more complaints as far as the permitting process was going. But again, Councilor Vasquez, I just wanted to say that I forgot to mention that. But anyways, Jennifer, are you there? Did you want to speak to whether or not we can deplete our entire reserves, or if the state? I don't know if you know that answer, or Leanne, but or is Terry, Miss Gayhart, is she there? Let's see if she's around.
Mayor, this is Jennifer. No, it's a statutory requirement. We cannot deplete our entire reserve.
Okay, okay, great. Well, I didn't think so, but I appreciate that. Councilor Flores, did you want to speak?
Thank you. I just, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to, first of all, say that I'm very happy to be part of the city council, where I think that we've all contributed a lot during this budget session and, or this work session. And I'd like to thank Leanne Demouche and Dr. Payares, who had to do a little bit of backpedaling, I think, because the budget, the work session on budget, or the budget had been worked on before the COVID-19 really hit the fan. So I'm really very happy to have them on our staff. And I'd also like to thank, well, it looks like it was, well, I'm just very happy that sustainability is going to be on its own within the city manager's office. And I'm very happy with Lynn Gallagher's wanting to reorganize her department. So, and everybody, Mr. Cedillo's presentation, and everyone who contributed to today's session, you have my heartfelt thank yous, gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonda, and looks like Councilor Sorg wants to speak again. Or Jennifer, did you have anything more you wanted to say, or did you forget to put your hand down? Jennifer?
I didn't even realize I raised my hand. Sorry.
Oh,
no,
it's okay.
112, just as you said. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilor Sorg's commentary about the reserves and whatnot. I think we should keep obviously our 2/12ths in there, but possibly look in the event that something does go completely awry, which I think that's sort of the feeling today that it has already begun with this pandemic. But I wanted to clarify, Mayor, at least you and I have sat into a couple of conversations, meetings with Larry Nichols about our permitting process with a few businesses that had a tremendous amount of issue with permitting. And so it was around the October month. And then I continued to have issues that I brought up a few times. So I don't want to belabor that issue, but I do feel like we have to just continue to get better and better with our process. I had a conversation with the president of the Home Builders Association who was deeply concerned about the process and felt that it was flawed and needed some rework. And so I do want to, in the spirit of just being transparent, want to make sure that I say that. I do agree with Councilor Vasquez and Sorg about peak performance. I'd really like to see sooner rather than later us looking at our strategic plan and kind of getting an idea of where we are at. It's unfortunate that the particular system that was secured didn't do quite what I think staff had intended. But this is something that not only with having a computer system as a tool to assist, but I often have felt like we need to hire an evaluator to help sort of each of the departments look at their performance measures and really, I mean, these are folks that are experts in that field and can really help sort of build on evaluating each of the objectives and determining where they're at any given time. And so I'd really like to again talk about this evaluator position that I think is really important. Lastly, I want to bring up in lieu of COVID and moving into things, most of our meetings and such being remote, I felt it necessary, and I looked through the budget and saw a bit of an increase in capital. Leanne, you had explained the capital in terms of new computer systems and maybe programming and those kinds of things, but I just want to ensure that as a city that each of our staff members have the tools that they need, be it computers, apps, whatever they need to ensure that they're doing their work or can do their work remotely. And so I'd really, again, like to emphasize how important I think our IT department is, especially now. I've appreciated when I've had to get on Zoom or any other things. And not only do we have Adrian, who's been great, but some of the IT staff on standby helping us sort of move through this. But I also know that from time to time, my computer hasn't worked, my loan hasn't worked properly, and I just want to make sure that we are giving as much resources as we can to IT, because I think this is going to be extremely important moving forward. That's all my comments, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Sorg.
Yeah, I've always wanted to just have, as something I forgot to mention, sometimes I would like to have each department show a difference from the past year to the new year in their budget and tell us why it's either going up or down. A lot of the other information is okay, but it's not what I was looking for. Year to year, by department changes. That's all.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. Kind of like a chart or a little bar graph, 2015, 2016, 2017, throughout the years. I think that'd be good. Leanne, did you have something? And then Councilor Vasquez?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilor Sorg, that actually you hit the hammer right on the nail. That was where we were trying to go with this year. But of course, with COVID and doing everything over the internet, we were not quite sure how it was going to be going in that direction. But that is something that we have been discussing, and I agree with both you and the mayor that we will plan on doing that specifically for the future. And it might even be possible that we'll try to get some of that data together when we bring the resolution to you on May the 18th, if that's satisfactory with both.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. That's perfect.
Okay, we will start working on that, sir.
Great, thank you. Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just one last thing to leave off with, and it's particular to the business inspections. I do have, two business people who'd be happy to sit down and talk about their experiences just recently. One in my district, one just outside of my district. In fact, they said, please, if there's anything you can do, change the system. And for one particular business person, and I won't name them because I'm not sure that they want to be named, but they did say they'd be happy to come in for a meeting. They were delayed by opening for 2 months because inspectors couldn't come back quick enough to check on things that had to be corrected. And so the projected revenue that they would have had for 2 months of being open made them get a supplemental loan, which then put their whole business projection out of whack. And so for me anyways, I know those experiences are real, those conversations are real, and we're just, in the future, maybe it's a good idea to bring those folks in for some of those one-on-one meetings. That way we can just, work on getting the system right, whether it's resources or process or whatever it might be. I do continue to hear that. So maybe that's something for the future that we could all set up together. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, no, Councilor, I hear you, but like I said, I said that I hadn't gotten the complaints. Maybe you get the complaints, but I hadn't gotten the complaints because I would get a lot of them and they seem to have stopped. Well, I'm more than happy. In fact, I've made this challenge to others who have had these problems for me to sit down with them, and I'll keep an open mind, but invariably a few that have made, and I know you're protecting or you're keeping it confidential, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that, but there's been some that have come to city council meetings and I've offered to sit with them and they never follow through. So, but getting back to the inspectors, and I think Larry touched on it, and I see it all the time with the younger millennials that they don't, a lot of times they don't think about the retirement and they look at the bottom line of why you make $18 an hour here or $20 here and the city's only paying me 18. They don't realize that benefit of the retirement and health insurance, and they don't want health insurance. They'd rather have the money. And this is the thing it's really frustrating that that the school systems, not just Las Cruces, but throughout the state, does not teach financial information to our kids. They don't teach them anything about how to save money, how to spend it, how to budget it, and it's kind of frustrating. You see that a lot, and that's something there that, I think if down the road, it would be nice. David, you had something you want to say?
Yes, Mayor, I do, and thank you very much. And thank you, Councilor Vasquez, for bringing up the point about meeting with somebody from the business community. That is one of the things that staff is very much open to. They do meet with the Home Builders Association on a monthly basis. It might be even more than that, but I'm definitely sure that it's on a monthly basis at least. One of the things that we have talked about is actually looking into having a separate meeting with the and talk about the entire process from step A to step Z so that there's a better understanding for everybody through all of those pieces. And then if there are areas of efficiency in there on either side, well, then we can definitely focus on those items and see what can be done to make them better. But we're definitely open to meeting with people from the development community, from the business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
And while I'm at it, and when I would run into her in the hall, I don't see her anymore, and that's Jamie Rickman. I know you talked about the leadership program for neighborhood leadership, but she was also thinking about doing one for business to allow those that interact with the business side of it, the business community, because in the past they have felt that they would fear retaliation. But by getting a chance to have an opportunity to work with whether community development or utilities and such, it would really foster, I think, a good relationship between the business community and the city, and would help have those connections and put the names to the faces and have access to them as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, well, I think all the questions have been asked, and we appreciate the presentation to the budget. I know it's a big budget, and Leanne and your team, and Terry and your team, and David and your team, everybody, you guys did a fantastic job as usual, and we'll look forward to some other things I'm sure that's going to be coming down the way. So if that's it, then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorek, seconded by Councilor Vasquez, that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned. It's 5:26. And then I'm going to stay on. I think Christine is, and Jennifer and David. I've got the agenda setting meeting. So we'll see you all probably this Friday, 9:30. That one should be a short meeting, I think. My agenda.
Okay, Mayor, I'm ready when you are.
Oh, you are? Okay, so this is the agenda meeting for the April 20th, 2020 City Council meeting. Number 1, non-consent.
1 non-consent.
2, non-consent.
2 non-consent.
3, non-consent.
3 non-consent.
4, non-consent.
4 non-consent.
5, non-consent.
5 non-consent.
6, consent.
6 consent.
7, consent.
7 consent.
8, non-consent.
8 non-consent.
9, non-consent.
9 non-consent.
10, consent.
10 consent.
11, non-consent.
11 non-consent.
12, consent.
12 consent.
13.
Mayor, 12 needs to be non-consent because of the liquor license.
You know, I saw that. So it is a public hearing?
Yes.
I wondered about that. 13, consent.
13 consent.
14, consent.
14 consent.
15, non-consent.
15 non-consent.
16, non-consent.
16 non-consent.
17, non-consent.
17 non-consent.
Mayor and Christine, I don't know how we're going to handle a public hearing. So we probably need to talk about that.
Good idea.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, well,
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a good evening.